It's a brand or a restaurant?
It's a brand.
Fair.
They're a
It's a
snack
better-
food brand.
A restaurant would be even better.
It would be
It'd
even
be-
better as a restaurant. You're right.
And then
But I can,
there could
I
be.
can eat 40 of these cheese balls for like 100 calories. So
Is it called the lesser evil?
That just sounds not true. You can't eat 40 of anything for 100 calories.
Dude, a cheese ball is like 98% air. You for sure can eat that many
Hey,
cheese balls.
What if it's?
No.
What if it's like not even? Is it real cheese? Or is it like
it's real
plant
cheese. It doesn't make my tongue itch. It's real cheese.
That's
I can tell when cheese balls have fake cheese because they make my tongue itch.
I see.
I can't eat the puffy Cheetos because they also do that.
This here is the most similar sketch in Neo have ever been.
True.
For real.
Anyway, hello, welcome to Wildfolk, episode 79. Yeah, 79. That's right. Bill, those are mine. Get away. When we left off, you guys had finished defending this castle from Bailic priests, accompanied by a Cyrillan couple of airships, warships even. You regroup, spend a little time cleaning. We did a couple days of ritual casting of a ritual that Baby Boy has been working on, where we have been carving necromantic runes into his bones, which is a very pleasant process that everybody enjoys.
It tickles.
We didn't really dive into it, but I must insist, it doesn't tickle for Baby Boy, and it probably is, like, kind of a horrible experience, even with the anesthetic that he uses, but
For sure.
alas, here we are. We kind of got to the point where Argumentavex reaffirmed something Baby Boy already knew, which is that the last step of this ritual needs to be done somewhere of sentimental importance to Baby Boy. And so he has chosen a location far out to the east over in the Whistland Isles, which coincidentally is pretty close to where the other group is.
Like right now, or like 2 years or 2 weeks from now.
They, I believe, are actually there right now. I'd have to double check the timelines, but I think you guys are pretty close. In fact, if they're not there right now, they're at the lighthouse, which means you might even pass by them as you're doing this trip. I'll check the calendar in a bit. It's not important. But you eventually made your way to a little town over in the Whistling Isles called Basatat, which is a colony. It is a place that has been settled by Basal up to the north, a once great empire that has crumbled into independent city-states at the end of a big civil war, which we can get into later if it becomes important. The important thing to you guys right now is that it's where Baby Boy grew up, although he's suggested that he might have grown up there a very long time ago. Time is a little timey-wimey with his special play. Speaking of time being a little bit timey-wimey, we did kind of roll back at the very end of the session to a discussion that Fetch wants to have before leaving. And we weren't able to do it at the time because Jane was not there, but we're going to roll back before you guys take off.
Jane starts spinning her top, and we go back in time.
Yep.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks, Jane. Thane.
Thanks.
I want to be clear. This
Welcome.
is a bit, but it is only 70% bit. It's 30%. Could be interesting.
I was going to say...
I was interpreting this in good faith, personally.
Same. Yeah. It's hard for me to watch Fetch do anything and not find it funny, because I think Fetch is just a funny character. But I've been saying from the start that the Fetch Jane boil over is like one of my most... It's one of the character dynamics in this group that I find most interesting. And Fetch essentially just stood up and claimed, like... I mean, you can probably recap your statement better than I can, but essentially, how can we trust Jane? She's just a machine. How do we know? She's already proven that she will value her own goals over us. Why are we still working with her? I don't know if you want to recap your statement or if we want to just jump right into Jane's response. But here we are. We're back.
I can recap the whole dang speech. I wrote it down.
Hell yeah. Or maybe even just like the very last bit so we can flow into it. Either way is fine. You do you.
Do the whole thing.
Do the whole thing.
Well, I'm not going to do the whole thing, but it was, Your Honor, honorable members of the court, the matter before you is not a battlefield error. It's a deliberate choice, yada, yada. The accused Jane is an impulsive, immortal construction, swayed, unswayed by fear and confusion. They were not confused at what they did. They were not scrambled by the heat of the battle. They're an engineered Tesseract product, one of their darkest designs, precise clockwork, yada yada, trying to destroy our timeline, et cetera, and so forth. Committed crimes to cover up her like desires, whatever, to get it, this and that. Probably tried to kill Drifter. I don't know if I remember. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. Blah blah blah. Stuff like that.
We're assembled out here. Jane listens to all of this, kind of impassively, as far as the look on her face goes, anyway. And she thinks about saying quite a lot of things. She considers saying that she warned Fetch to stay out of that spell and he ignored her, or that she tried to help him escape it even, or that she took a calculated risk leaving it active, or even mentioning that she has a magically acute sense of time and knew that she could end the spell before it caused any irreparable harm. She thinks about bringing up the risks that she has taken by helping Fetch pursue his mother, the corners that she's cut on his behalf. She thinks about reminding him that they have the same enemy and listing all the times that she's acted against her own better judgment to help him and help everyone else. She thinks about telling him that he's an ignorant, self-centered child. She thinks about telling him that he's not the only person in the world that's been treated unfairly, despite his apparent conviction that everyone and everything in the universe should bend itself to his idiotic convictions.
He is, by the way, an ignorant, self-centered child. Go ahead.
She thinks about telling him that he's a racist bigot and that so is his god. She thinks about telling him that despite all of their differences, part of what makes her so defensive is that she sees so much of herself in him. How much she admires his relentless dedication to fighting for his family and for the people and the places that he loves. How she understands the passion and the fury that drives him, perhaps better than anyone else that she's met on this crazy adventure. She thinks about asking him what he wouldn't do to have his mother back. What she wouldn't do to have him back. What line she wouldn't cross. Maybe then you could understand me a little bit better. She thinks about saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the spell. I'm sorry about your mother. I'm sorry about your father and your home and the life that you can't mourn because mourning it would mean admitting that it's gone. Believe me when I say that I understand that, and I'm so sorry. But she doesn't say any of those things. As you finish up your opening statement, what she does instead is just steps up to Fetch, and very calmly, as plain as if she was describing the weather. If I wanted you dead, Fetch, you would be dead.
Wow. I prepared some counterpoints for a lot of statements, but I didn't expect that one. I need there you have it, Your Honor, Honorable Sex Jefferson, acting judge for this. Wait, where'd he go? Invisible judge. There you have it. Jane has boiled down their essence to the core of it, a machine that presumes the right to decide who lives and dies.
Oh, shut up, you ignorant little idiot. Oh, did she hurt you after she warned you to move? Really? Real murderous intent on this one. But no, you didn't decide to move. You didn't decide to listen to her. Because you're just an ignorant little brat who's all caught up in his god complex because he thinks his god loves him, but he doesn't. You're food to him, no different than a bowl of gravy. Maybe she wouldn't have had to hit you if you had been pulling your weight instead of running around like a jackass in that ridiculous armor.
Damn, that's fair. I've got some problems with you too, Tex. Problems related to consent primarily. I would like to say you don't speak for me, but that's not the way it's been going. You have been speaking for me. You've been speaking for me for a lot of time, or for quite a bit, for a couple of different things. Making decisions for me, like you think I'm an idiot. Maybe I am an idiot, or maybe I'm just different, or maybe it's a perspective issue. But that doesn't give me, that doesn't give you a right to take away my ability to decide, my free will. You're not responsible for me.
He might not be, but I guess I am. And you've made some real stupid decisions lately. I mean, not to say you've not been helpful in combat, but sometimes I feel like we have to work around you.
Right, that last one was a fluke. I was sick in the one before that, though.
The one before that, was that when... That was when you kind of just stood on the staircase the whole time.
Okay, the one before that then.
That's, 1 out of 3. Not the greatest mathematically.
Oh, don't forget the time that you were just picking up feathers.
I mean, that's true.
Oh, that was when you
That's
almost
good.
got knocked off the edge of the cliff too, right? That was the
I
same-
almost died.
I've done some good things. I've saved your life twice. I've saved Tex's life once. And Jane I've saved once, I think, maybe twice. At least once. The three of you wouldn't be here if it weren't for me, but sure.
I'm not trying to discount that. I mean, you do good jobs too. It's just, I think we would do better if we all work together a bit more. I get that we're Quirk's chosen and all that, but we can't do much on our own.
You may think I'm an idiot, and I'm glancing at Tex when I say this, but I think I think the indicator of idiocy here is blindly trusting a Tesseract machine.
Do you know why you're an idiot?
Go for
Do you
it.
know why your entire tribe is dead? It's because they demonize anything that they don't understand. Because it's so much easier to demonize something instead of try to learn about it. That way you can delude yourself into thinking that your ignorance is morality. You don't like her because she doesn't fit into your black and white box.
I don't care that she's a robot. I care that she worked for Tesseract. And I don't know her motivations, and none of us do. You don't either.
She's been quite clear about her motivations.
Maybe it's just I'm not as good at lie detecting as you are.
Do you remember why she's doing all this?
I remember what she said she's doing it for. But this is an issue of trust.
Jane, for the first time, through all of this, she has stood back silently, hands in her pockets. That's the first time that there's a response from her, which isn't to say anything, but she kind of just like laughs, like a chuckle and a look at the ground and a shaking of the head of just like disbelief that you would bring up trust. She says, you and Sketch and Tex are the only 3 people on this planet that have seen my son's grave. I showed it to you because I thought then that it was worth trying to build trust with you, which obviously it is not. You want your mom back. I have my goals. They happen to intersect. And for the last months that we've been together, I thought that we could find some common ground in terms of a relationship where we work together against our common enemy for our common goals. That is obviously not going to happen. There is obviously nothing that I could stand here and say or do to make you trust me.
Well, that's not true. That's defeatist. If that were true, then I wouldn't have brought this up at all. I would have just left you alone and gone and do whatever else, or I would be talking about it this behind your back or whatever. I brought you here to have a chance to explain stuff, to build a little bit more trust. That's all.
Great. Well, I'm out of ways to try to get you to trust me. So if what I've done hasn't worked, then I'm going to stop trying. We have the same goals. We can pursue them together because I am a practical person who understands the value that we have for each other. I am no longer interested in trying to do anything else to pursue your trust, given that you have done absolutely nothing to pursue mine.
How would you feel about me, Jane, if you found out that I used to, and perhaps also still do have access, if I used to work for Tesseract and I still have access to quite a bit of their technology, knowledge and stuff, notes and schematics, plans, and a very, very long history. I've worked with Tesseract. I'm actually not 18. I'm 38, and I've worked with Tesseract for 20 years. And I still have a ton of contacts. I never told you this because you wouldn't have understood, but I kept it to myself. And I actually am telling you that my goal is to burn down Tesseract, but why throw away a good thing? The baby with the bathwater. If I told you that, would you trust me? You see where I'm coming from?
Tex, Fetch, I did help you burn down Tesseract. It is burnt down. What more do you want from me? And by the way, if you'd ever listened to a damn thing I said, I never worked for Tesseract. This, and she kind of, maybe a little surprisingly harshly, like slaps her own arm. This machine came from them, by no choice of mine. I am trying to get back before I had any relationship with them. I did not choose this. I do not want this. I walked in there with you and helped you destroy their building.
Yeah, that is true.
So I don't work with me if you want to, don't if you don't want to. Either way, I think we end up the same place because as from the first day I saw you, I knew that we had something that we would need to do together. You want to call it your God's will or fate or whatever. We both are headed the same place. Your mother is being held prisoner aboard a vessel captained by the worst people that I've ever met. And I intend to destroy it and free her. And I don't expect that to mean a damn thing to you because nothing I have done has meant a damn thing to you. But either way, I think we both end up there.
I'm worried that you're telling me this is what your plan is, just like the last plan. You told me something completely different. It got me in a whole lot of hot water. That combat we had just now is a direct result of me stealing Moonstone I didn't know I was stealing. That was your plan. I wasn't clued in.
There was
I'm worried that's probably
For
happened
me, you
before. and maybe-
idiot.
Well, yeah.
The
I'm
whole
kind of
reason I didn't clue you in on it was so that you idiots could leave. I gave you the perfect opportunity. All of you could have just fucked off and not had to get involved in any of this.
Well, you'll understand why I'm a little paranoid. And by the way, I don't think you understand my relationship with Korik at all. I don't think you understand. I am Korik. I am my god. Okay? And so is Sketch, and so is every member of our family. It's a family thing. It's a blood thing.
No, you're a brat with a god complex.
You do a lot of talk about what your relationship with Korik is, but the one time that I saw you with him, you spent the majority of the time talking about how I'm not a real person. So that's what your relationship with Korik actually is, when you're actually with him. Not when you're down here high and mighty about some cause that you believe in.
Well, I just wanted to be heard, that's all.
I have heard you. I think we both understand each other a little better now.
Baby boy, you have a hand raised.
So, before things started getting really heavy, Baby Boy was really contemplating going, me next, so that people would start roasting him. But then things got really serious.
I did expect that to be more bit-like.
And it no longer feels like the time, it feels very ill-timed, so he instead does not do that. But I just wanted everyone to know that he was really down for getting roasted by his pals.
Roasted by the pals. I love you, Fetch. This is wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what even is this creature? How many tails do you need? How many times do I have to say, nice tail to this person? 9 times in a row? That's tiring.
You could just use an S and just make it one time.
Do you know how hard it is?
Or if you only like one of them, but if only one of them is nice.
Yeah, you compliment one, and then it'll make him wonder which one of his 9 tails is the nice one, and he'll just be standing there staring at them. It'll be, yeah.
And of everything, it's the thing that will drive me mad.
This creature is wearing a full body fur burrito in the middle of summer. It's hot outside. What are they hiding?
To quote Sochi, sounds like a skill issue.
So, Severalex is doing the Jesse Pinkman, has no idea where to step in on this, is suddenly aware that there is way more tension going on here than she thought. But she kind of clears her throat. Tesseract. The Wexasasi company.
Okay, nods.
Yeah, that's the one.
And she thumbs through her book a little bit. Okay. They came through here a while looking for maps. Paying money for maps. They had a couple of representatives who, frankly, I think they were going to get themselves killed because they were just asking very brazenly for things that are not really good for them to be asking about.
We're lucky that did happen.
Maybe. It may have. I just... I don't know where to stand on all of this, and she nods back and forth between Fetch and Jane. But it sounds like both of you would at least benefit from knowing that a few years ago, some representatives came through looking for information about caves, archaeological sites, dig sites. Specifically, they mentioned that they had bought some from Faranexavac and were asking if we had more of them. Does that help?
Do you know, if you point it on the map, could you put it on the map?
Yeah, that makes sense. It tracks with what we know about Tesseract. They like to buy underground caves and bunkers to build their soul-devouring machines in, that they put kidnapped spirit weavers into to drain their soul and confine them to an eternity of nothingness.
And Rita. Don't forget they also had Rita in one of those. It's not just us. It's being affected by this.
That's
World's a bit bigger than us.
That's pretty fucked. I admit I have a lot of Tesseract inventions in my laboratory. I use even, and she kind of like she reaches to her side and she pulls up some sort of a gadget about the size of a pocket watch, and she stares at it for a long time, and she kind of with like a reluctant disgust, a disgust that comes with a side of pain, just kind of incinerates it. She conjures a little bit of lightning and she zaps it until its parts start to curl in on themselves and the metal starts to overheat, and it eventually
she
drops.
likes you. She
As
likes you.
well, if they're torturing people for this machinery, then I don't want it. I'm afraid I don't really have maps. I don't have much information at all. I just I didn't know how much information you had. I wanted to make sure that I helped.
Can I see what you do have?
Yeah, and she essentially goes over and starts to. She makes a point. Actually, she walks over towards Jane, and then she kind of like stops, and she goes straight into the midpoint, exactly halfway between you and Fett. Sits down cross-legged and opens her book. And she starts to thumb through.
I will
Probably,
loom over her.
probably smart to destroy that whatever gizmo it was. From what I've seen, all of Tesseract's machine are powered by, I guess, eternal torment. From what I've seen,
That's not
glancing
true.
at Jane.
You're still correct to destroy it. My sister-in-law has a stupid piano in her bar that played itself. I told her not to do it. But the facts do matter here, not this. The bunkers and the torture are a very specific project. It's not fueling everything that they do. It
That's
doesn't.
everything I've ever seen them do.
Well, in the interest of learning, that is not even. I power that. That's essentially just a mana siphoner. It helps me to convert some of what I do to different types of spells. The piano, I assume, just works on some sort of basic electrical power system.
For the low price of one pianist's soul.
Maybe, but I would have to inspect it. There is wisdom in not assuming. Anyway, let's talk about what we do know. Again, I'm afraid it's not a whole lot. And she starts to just thumb through here, just tons and tons of notes of people who have passed through. And she eventually lands on the juicy bit, which is just one little footnote from about 3 years ago that mentions that 3 people, 2 of which appear to be archaeologists. They were accompanied by about 4 or 5 archaeology drones, these like droids that followed around with mining picks and whatnot. And one person who did all of the talking, Howard Tannen, were looking for very specific caverns that had deposits of unusual minerals, especially minerals that are kind of a clear, glassy yellow. And they mentioned that they had purchased several of these locations from Farinexavac and were now going to other dragons in the area to see if they had more information. They didn't have any. She had to turn them away, but she still made a footnote of it. That's
Important question. The tablet that I have that has markings of various locations where these chrono trirites are at.
Sure.
Are there any in Argumentative X's lands?
Great question. Let me go pull it up.
And then follow-up question. You said that they bought 3 from
They bought a whole map from Farinexavac.
Well, they only bought a map. They didn't buy like the rights to the mine.
No, literally just a location, a map of location.
Interesting. I wondered if that's how he found out about them.
You do see the nearest point that is marked on your map, baby boy. You have no idea how complete it is. But the nearest one is the X that is suspiciously close to the old growth grove.
Okay, is that the one to the near the pond? The lake?
There is one to the northeast that is near the pond, right at the border of Sierra and Blimidel.
Is that the one you're talking about?
No, the one to the southwest, directly north of Pi, is the one that is near the old growth.
Okay, and then in relation to this map, where is Argumentative X? Is he still within our
Argumentative X is about halfway between those two. Let me do that.
Okay, yeah, he's still inside Arvis.
Yeah. Oh, right, we have this weird map.
I think he's where Jane is standing. Or leaning.
Get my lean on. Oh, hey. While you're doing this, Vec,
Yes.
it's been so long in real life. How much chronotrite do we/I actually have?
You have
Baby
1
boy.
cubic meter.
Yeah, 1 cubic meter. You guys have a fuck ton of it.
We both
Okay,
have
okay.
1 cubic meter, and plus the ones we stole from next Vax and the keys from the old grove.
So far, far more than enough for our ritual.
Wait, yeah,
Oh,
you have so much.
So much. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to say that I might do another ritual, but who knows, man? How can you not play with time once you get that access to it?
I simply must not stand here and warn you about the dangers of going back in time.
Baby boy does not. Baby boy does not say that out loud.
Blue X's here are marked on your map. Purple X is where you guys currently are, Argumentative X's castle.
And this place here,
Yep.
isn't there like a lake? There's a lake there?
That is where the
That's
Twin Mirror Lakes are, which is where you know there is probably a Cyril ambush, and they are trying to tame one of Tex's old comrades, friends? Hard to say. Fellow demons.
Okay.
Demons.
I gotcha. That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
I know that's not very much, but I at least it sounds like this is important to both of you, so I wanted to share what I know.
It's good to know that they are aware of these. I kind of had a feeling that it kind of confirms some theories we had. I do not pull the tablet out though.
Good.
I could give you more information, but I assume that you do not want it.
Oh, you're breaking up real bad. Say again.
I could give you more information about what they were doing, but I assume that you don't want it.
Oh no, I want it. I'll take all the information that you can give me. But
she's a nerd too. It's okay.
I should phrase this differently. I warn you that you do not want it.
I understand.
Plausibility and all that.
Right. No check required, even with your bad insight. She totally still wants it. But
if you do want it, we should probably do it somewhere that is warded, not just out in the open.
Yeah, we have bigger things to worry about tonight, at least. And we've also been ritual casting for most of the evening. I think maybe a rest is in order.
And then we can
Then
start
fast forward through
corpses.
We fast forward through time. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That night before we fast forward back through time, Severelix eventually sits down with Fetch alone. Hey, that was... it seems like there's a lot going on with you and Jane especially, but also the cat, and even to a certain degree Sketch. Are you okay?
Boy, I was completely disarmed. That wasn't the reaction I expected to get. Some of the reaction I expected to get was Jane opening her face and blasting lightning at everyone. So I'm relieved that didn't happen.
Same, yeah.
I don't know. It sounded believable, but that spell that Jane cast, it's so similar to robbing the life force out of someone. It's so similar to what they did in those machines.
Yeah.
It just triggered something in me. It's like she's the same. You know what I mean? But I don't feel like they understand that. I feel like I put my foot in my mouth, or I didn't express myself the right way, or maybe I shouldn't have expressed myself at all.
No, that last one is certainly not it. But I also, you walked into a battlefield where the weapon is words, and you're good with many weapons, but they are good with that weapon. So it's okay. Speaking of weapons, you fight with the Kukris, right? Do your enemies fight with those too? Have you fought other clans?
I don't remember the name of it. It's called a verdant seed. It takes different forms. Yeah, the Kuruki clan uses these, but there's another neighboring clan. They don't exist anymore, probably, that also uses them. They're a plant very sort of native to some of the range that the Kuruki clan uses.
Okay.
Produces these seeds that can be. You've seen me. I can turn it into kukri. I can turn it into a hatchet or a boomerang.
Sure.
My clan typically uses nature magic and small blades.
Do any of your foes use nature magic and small blades?
Yeah, of course.
Are they evil? The nature magic, is it evil?
I'm still trying to figure out what evil is. I thought I knew, and then I seen what I've seen, and now the things I used to think were evil are nothing. So like, how much deeper does it go?
Oh.
No, they're not evil. No.
It's a question you'll be working on for the next, how long do you live? 30, 40 years?
What, Tabaxi?
Yeah. Anyway, you'll be working on it for a long time. But if I can try to impart a little bit of a helping hand, a cheat sheet, there are no evil tools, only evil people. That spell reminded you of something horrible that has happened to you, and it's okay for you to be afraid of it. But it isn't evil. It is only evil in evil hand. Maybe this is a little biased coming from the daughter of a necromancer, but I think that a lot of harm and a lot of bad has been done in the name of damning things instead of damning people. Jane is, as far as I can tell, a person. She just happens to use some scary tools.
I mean, that's fair, but I want to hear that coming from Jane, or I guess what I really want is to be heard and for people to know that I have feelings about it, and for maybe I went around that. Perhaps I went around about that the wrong way, but gee whiz. Hey, that's a biscuitism, dude. No. Fresh wouldn't say gee whiz.
She puts an arm around you. It's hard. It's hard. Learning to get people to hear what you actually mean is hard. Words are hard. You'll get there. You're figuring it out. For what it's worth,
I mean half the time.
I heard some of it. I'm still parsing through it myself, but I think I heard you. I think they did too, and I think they've probably come into this with some biases and preconceptions of their own. I'm not going to sit here and try to guess who's right and wrong, because I don't know you or them or any of that. I guess all I'm trying to say is don't give up on them. Stick with them. It sounds like they're on your team, even if it is hard to understand that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to turn my nose up at an advantage, not in a war situation, which is certainly feels like this is or will soon be. But it's true when I said that if I didn't want to trust them, I wouldn't have said anything, right? That's absolutely true.
Certain.
I just would quietly not trust them. I want to trust them. That's the problem. That's my dilemma. But I just wanted something. Tell me something. Tell me my feelings are real.
I understand. I hope they do. I can sit here and say that they're real as much as I want, but I'm not the person you need to hear it from. I hope you find it from them soon, because I can tell that they want to trust you too. And everybody is kind of just frustrated that they feel like they can't trust each other, even though they should. So, I don't know. I heard you, and I hope you're doing all right.
I'm doing all right. I feel like my trust was has been recently abused, but perhaps I pointed in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I don't. I glossed over the part they had you do a heist that you didn't know about. The cat did.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. So they told me just go in, and it's been 50 months. But yeah, they told me to go in and buy a moonstone and price its no object, right? Or sell the moonstone. That's right. I had a little moonstone. They told me to go in and sell it, and then come out and be chill, right? But I didn't realize that was at the time. I didn't realize that was the cover, or I was the distraction for a big, heist that was going on. And at the time, I was learning the value of things like apples and potatoes and things. So I didn't realize that, what was it, like 50 million bazillion gold pieces were the value of the thing that I'm implicated, and the only face having been seen in the vicinity of the crime. I feel like there are concerns. There are some concerns there. Do you know what I mean?
Certainly, and you can see she's piecing things together in her mind too. But I do get it. Magic is a tricky thing. Following a person's thoughts is harder when they're and she looks at you when those thoughts are a little hard to follow. So I do see some of the wisdom in it, but that still feels like manipulation, and I understand whether that would be a breach of trust. Things are starting to make a lot of sense. Okay, I don't know if I have a good way to help with all of this, but
To be clear, I think it was a great plan, but it is a plan to use fetch and sketch.
Yeah, it is. I guess we could sit here and argue all day whether that tool is inherently evil or not. Tricky. All of it is tricky. I don't really have anything useful to offer to this, except that I wanted to make sure that you were doing okay. I know we have a lot of travel, and that you'll be sitting probably on my back or Argumentivex's back for 6 hours when we take off in the morning, and I would like that to be as unawkward as possible.
I won't be awkward. Don't worry. I figured you might be interested that I finished the nest, so here it is. I haven't put it in the tree yet, but here, I put some blue in.
Give me a crafting check. Or a nature check, I guess.
Oh god, I wasn't prepared for that.
Damn, you beat me to it.
Crafting. I'm a master of nature, but I feel like this makes more sense.
Sure. It's beautiful. There's blue in there. That's it's really great. We'll have
I got blue and yellow as well.
Oh, that's very sweet. We have
I'm gonna wait until right before we leave, and I'll put it in the tree. I don't want Tex to get into it.
Fair. Yeah, he'll get in there and try to eat the egg. Well, I guess there's no eggs in it, but he'll try to eat it. Maybe. I don't know. We do have a hand raise from Baby Boy.
First off, did you say you put it in the tree to hide it from Tex?
And I said I'm going to wait until right before we leave, and then I'll put it in the tree. Yeah.
My real question is, did she call her father Argumentivx?
Argumentivx. Yeah.
No. She called him by name and not like a title or father?
Yeah.
That's a literary trope. Names are hard to remember, and writers will have. Do you know what I mean? Like you watch the first 5 minutes of a horror movie, and everybody's like, "Oh, come on, Brad, you don't really mean that." Jessica, are you serious? Like nobody talks like that. You know what I mean? It's a device.
The worst version of that is when people do like, "Come on, Uncle Brad."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for like literally children.
At summer camp together.
What are you doing, step bro? No.
Yep. Anyway, cutting back out, we do have a hand raise from Jay.
Yeah, I think that same night, at some point after all this tenseness goes down, I think Jane's going to try to find a moment to speak with Sketch privately. Rap on his door, whatever room he's in. Hey, do you have a minute?
Yeah, sure. What's up? Sorry about earlier. I actually called it happening, kind of. I went and talked to the Severalex about it like right before it happened, and that was something.
All right. That's just entitled to what he feels. I know what it's like to lose the people that you love and be willing to do anything to get them back. Anyway, that wasn't exactly what I came to talk to you about. I have something that I want to show you.
Okay.
It's a piece of information that you and Fetch both deserve to know and have a right to know. But that, especially after today, I don't think that Fetch should know it. She kind of goes through her bags and brings out all those stacks of paper and books and stuff, the notes from the bunker that you guys went to, where we found all like the information about the big robot beastie. What is it called?
The Machina Project.
The Machina Project. Thank you.
That, yeah.
I know you're not an arcanist, but if you look through here, and she starts scrolling through pages and digging into some like really like dense arcana. She starts rattling a mile a minute, like the way that they've done the weave extraction function and the ether gradient and it's the notations on both ends. This is oh hell yeah.
Nice.
She points to next to a bunch of just like formulas and engineering jargon. The initials JC. She says that this is my work, and I didn't do this, but this is absolutely my work. I'm certain of it.
Huh, so so it worked, kind of? Huh.
I don't know what this means. I have ideas. I know that Tesseract, when my body failed, when my body died, essentially, my soul was put into this. She kind of looks down at her arms and her legs and stuff. But I don't know exactly how that was done. I don't know if they could have made a copy, if there's another me walking around out there.
Like the one that we found before? But that was an echo?
Right. That one was some sort of echo, which indicates that some version of my plans happens. Or all I know is this looks like me, or some copy of me, or some iteration or timeline that I exist in works on this
Right.
awful machine.
That is a lot.
I don't know what to do with this information. I frankly had originally planned to just keep it to myself, but I think that it could prove a liability. I think the more people have as much information as possible to work with, the better.
Yeah, and you told us now, so if it comes out later, it's not going to look as bad? Can you promise me this wasn't you, though? Like, the you I know, you.
I promise you.
Well, not like that.
Oh,
Can we do a little Karuki business here?
She nods. Yeah, if you have a way to prove it, yes.
I mean, it's not going to be magic or anything. It just, I don't know. It might feel better if I tell Fetch about it later. If we did this, I know you don't exactly have blood the way I do, but I think Cork will understand. Magic will get it.
She looks a little incredulous. She's willing to try, but when you say Cork will understand, she's like, Willie?
Yeah, I know. He's old-fashioned. I'm trying to fix that. Apparently, I can fix that if enough people believe that he's a certain way. So, I want to fix that. I don't like the way he treated you, or well, thinks about you. You're a person. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't have blood. I mean, you did at one point. Anyway, he'll go ahead and take out a knife and put a little cut along his palm. If you can do the same and shake hands with me, I'll believe you. And
cutting out real bad.
She's reacting to the blood.
Yeah, we see you lighting up, but we're not getting any meaningful audio. A tiny little bit not useful.
Any better?
Yes.
Slightly.
I don't know what.
Nope, that's bad again.
Steal your neighbor's Wi-Fi, like the rest of us.
While he's getting the audio issue sorted out, Sketch, give me a religion check.
Okay. Okay, my dice are being nicer to me today. That's it.
I was going to say that's a huge improvement over everything you rolled last time. 29 is quite good. There is a very real truth and gravitas behind what you just said, that you were trying to change Korik. And there's a part of you that knows that the more of your family that is removed, the more each individual piece remaining on the board matters, the more influence each of you has. You know that in a very, very real sense, what Fetch said was true. Korik is your family. Korik is you, is your father, is the few that have joined your father to train on this great hunt. And the way that you perceive him shapes him. Does Sketch truly believe that Jane is a person? That Jane is on equal footing with you, despite having not a lick of blood in her body? And if the answer is yes, why? What makes her that?
She treats him like a person. She has feelings and thoughts of her own. She's not being guided by some, I don't know, battery or a processor. She's living a life of human experience. He views the group of around him as sort of a found family since, I mean, has been missing in action for so long. They laugh together, eat together, travel together, read together. She learns and clearly has feelings just like any of us do.
Okay. There... As you cut your hand and watch the blood spill out, you remember lessons long ago of the many different significances of blood. It is evidence that you are part of something bigger. It is evidence that you are not alone. It is evidence that you came from somewhere. But it is also evidence that you can end and that you likely will end. It is evidence that you have a limited resource, and that resource is time. It occurs to you that perhaps in the absence of being able to give blood, what might be a meaningful equivalent for Jane to give to seal this pact, to make this handshake, is either something that grants her time, something that would shorten the amount of time that she has left, even by a fractional amount, even by the same ultimately minuscule amount that your tiny little drop of blood matters here. Something that would shave even just a few seconds off of her life at the end of whatever her lifespan is, might be appropriate. Anything that would cause her gears to grind more slowly, anything that would cause her to rust more quickly, anything along those lines.
So blood is, a resource. We only have so much of it, and if we run out, we die. Is there something that keeps you going? I honestly don't know if you're immortal in there or what, but
I actually, Feck above table, don't know the answer to this question either. I know that I'm like a, impersonator android designed to look and seem like a real, human. I don't know if my robot body like ages, or if I have like, I don't know if I have like fuel, or if I'm fueled by magic or what.
You are able to turn regular food into fuel, essentially. So there is that. That's a closer to an analogy for food than for blood. There is oil, but you can replenish it, which I guess is kind of comparable to blood. When Sketch kind of explains that symbolically, the closest thing would be giving up something that would shorten your body's lifespan, even by a tiny amount. The closest thing you can think of is just like a tiny chip off of a gear somewhere, or like a tiny little... what will ultimately cause this body to fail is the passage of time and the wearing down of moving parts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Give him your lube.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think she says, I understand. And she reaches for the knife. And she still, cuts her palm open. It starts to bleed, but with her other hand, she presses her ring finger and pinky into her palm, and the bleeding completely stops. It's just fake blood there to make it look like she really bleeds, just the same way she had to activate after, the first fight in the first session.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she kind of folds the weird rubbery skin back from the metal hand underneath and just takes the edge of the knife and shaves just a little bit of metal off of some of her metal hand bone or something.
Almost imperceptible, just this tiny little sliver of steel comes rolling off the edge of the knife. Smaller than a flake of sawdust. But non-trivial. That will ultimately cause the hand to wear down some measurable amount more early than it would have otherwise.
Yeah, she just takes that and puts it into her hand and extends her hand towards Sketch.
Yeah, he'll take it.
Yeah. You shake. Nothing magical happens. There's no rumbling of the earth. There's no volcano that bursts up on the horizon or anything like that. But you shake on it, and you at least get the impression that you've been heard.
it's funny. I was actually kind of hoping that maybe you did have like a truth telling spell or something. So, because I'm curious how it would respond. I mean, I have no memory of this. I have full memory of every day that since I woke up, and I know that I didn't do this in any of those days. But I don't. Some version of me did. I just wonder what magic would say about it. But
It is interesting, but no, I only could do that the one time, and I used that.
well, maybe sometime. But this information is yours to do with as you wish. Now, like I said up top, I believe sincerely that Fetch has a right and deserves to know it too, but I don't think he should. But I don't know if that's really for me to decide. I hate to. I realize I'm kind of just offloading my responsibility onto you, but I guess what I'm stumbling over here is you. If you think that you should tell him, then you have my permission to.
Okay. I have to take responsibility for him a decent amount, so nothing new. I wasn't to say earlier, he might figure things out. He's still very sheltered and figuring things out. My time away from home was very different than his, so I'm hoping he will figure shit out. But I'll tell him eventually. Thank you.
She nods and kind of not dissimilar to earlier, thinks about saying a lot of things about Fetch, but instead just nods and says, all right, good night, Sketch.
Good night.
We cut back to the future.
Wait,
Tex, what are you up to?
last thing.
Yeah, what you got?
Tex
Middle
kills
of the-
Fetch in the night.
Middle of the night, I go up into the tree, and I find that the nest is missing.
Yeah, it sure is.
And there's a moment where Tex goes up there to destroy it because he's pissed. And then he thinks about Sketch saying, because we were friends. And that just pisses him off more, and he just breaks a couple branches off this tree, and just, with this withered, like, basically dead tree, probably takes almost no force.
Oh, yeah. It's
And-
even under the weight of a
Yeah.
cat, it almost snapped.
Yeah, and he just tears the tree apart for a bit.
The twins are so good at pissing people off.
Tex is also
Sketch is a
especially
perfect little.
Tex is also especially easy to piss off.
Yeah,
He's a
Tex
crappy
is
boy.
also mechanically required to be pissed off currently.
True.
Because I used a lot of my abilities, and they do bad things to me.
They sure do.
Oh, he's just a little grumpy kitty.
The little grumpus.
Just a little
His
Yeah,
grumpy.
grumpy.
That's why I was saying that. That's why I was like, oh shit, you got to it before me, because I was gonna.
Wonderful. I'm thinking, if anything weird happens as you tear apart this tree. You mentioned that a part of what made Tex angry is that Sketch saved you earlier, and when asked why, said it was because you were friends. What doesn't sit right with Tex about that? Is it the fact that why does that make Tex even angrier?
I think it's just this, like, he went completely out of his way to make sure that the twins were not involved with the heist, so that they could just cut and run.
Yep.
And then when he went down to initially just talk to these people, and the fight broke out, he was fully just like, okay, they only know that I'm here, everybody else can just cut and run. And nobody did. And there's this part of him that is would have been very content to die there, and he feels like that was taken from him.
There is almost like a... Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's almost a distant alien memory, one that feels like it's yours even though you know that it is not. But just this comfort in being left and abandoned to your own problems. A comfort in not having people swoop in to try to help you. A comfort in being the victim of your own problems. And for others to make it their problem as well, feels strange to you. Like that's such an unusual concept for techs, to have somebody want to swoop in and act as their savior, or even as just like an assistant, instead of just leaving you to wallow in your own problem. This tracks. I understand. I think I get it. Yeah, you eventually start tearing apart this tree branch by branch. It crumbles. It's basically dust at this point. It's just dry wood. You can see that like the insides are riddled with termite holes, even though there are no termites that you can see anywhere around. And you just see the hollow shell of what this tree probably once was, and may have continued to be for some time, if not accelerated by that spell.
Just termite dust after that spell.
Yeah, pretty much. And looking around, the whole place is just like gray and withered. It almost feels like even the rock has aged. You see hard edges have been smoothed down over time, as if they've been blasted by decades of wind. Do you eventually fall asleep out here, or do you head back inside? True, kind of.
Yeah, he'll go inside. They have a nice bed here.
They sure do. Can't turn down that luxury.
Yeah. They have a nice bed. I'll find a box.
Perfect, yes. You are definitely able to find some boxes. There's, in fact, a very, very nice box that 2 or 3 of the stewards are trying to use to like move things in and out of the construction area, which means it's perfect for you.
The only place that might be more perfect is if I find somebody comfortably sleeping on the bed, I will lay in the middle and stretch out completely.
Hell yeah. We fast forward back through the future. There's a couple more days of doing the ritual. Eventually you hop into Baby Boy's fast travel spell. Tex's real form is finally revealed to Prospero, who starts piecing together... Yeah, a little whoopsie there.
Whoops.
Who suddenly starts to connect a bunch of dots real fast all of a sudden. But each new dot he connects only causes even more questions. He's not sure what to make of this. He's been very atypically pensive and reflective and quiet for the past several hours as you have been traveling.
Chat, never make flavor choices.
Never, chat. Just
Never.
simply don't do it.
True.
Well, I mean, the other option was puppets, which would have been hilarious, but
It would have been really funny.
this one had results, so
That's what I'm saying, man.
Jane has like a real cut on her hand with like a real scab growing on it.
Oh,
Here.
does she pick it?
gross.
Yeah, probably. Like, no, but she does like
Still alive.
find herself just like staring at it sometimes. Like, that's it though.
Eventually, after a few hours of travel through the Nether, you find yourselves arriving in a small little harbor town.
Okay, we got that flashback to a tight 90.
To a what?
Woo-hoo! Tight 90 minutes.
Just a tight 90 minutes. On
Oh,
that,
yeah.
Actually, we started late. It's closer to an hour. We started
True.
late.
It's like a tight 70. A tight 69, you might say.
Hell yeah.
Whoa!
You emerge a little bit after sunset. It's probably like 8:30, 9 p.m., something in that ballpark. There are still people kind of going about their day here, but things are starting to wind down. It doesn't seem like the sort of place that has a very active nightlife. In fact, the whole place, it's weird because you're not too far north of the equator, but the whole place has just this kind of like chill, gray, kind of autumnal vibe to it, even though it is still basically the dead middle of summer near the equator. You're at sea level, so it can't be the altitude. You do know, because of the discussion on your flight over, you are basically dead center of the prime necromantic ley line. And as you look around, it almost seems like the land itself is cognizant of that fact. Just as, Zulakara reacts to being on the planes of conjuration and transmutation, the land here almost feels as if it is older than it should be, but continuing to thrive on its bones. It feels like a skeleton of a horizon as you look over towards the moonlight. You do see these towering mountains that have these like tall mix of pine and deciduous trees that ride up. Baby boy, as you step out into this place, I'll leave it up to you to decide how familiar this feels to you. It would be completely reasonable, given your unusual childhood, for you to step out of this fast travel and into this town, and for it to feel like nothing at all, for it to feel like a place that you barely know, because in truth, you barely knew it. You were only here for the first few years of your life. For most of those, you were not even forming cognizant memories, and for the bits that you do remember, were kind of just like little dots of core memories, which, frankly, not amazing. So what does Baby Boy feel as you step out here?
So Baby Boy, shortly after getting to the library, as much childs do, he drew. So all of the memories he has of this place is like these childhood drawings he made of this place. So everything is probably made with crayon. And he's like, there was a hill with some trees on it, and maybe one hill had a really big tree on it. This house, he drew a picture of his house. So most of his ideas of what this town looks like are based off of a child's drawing, just because it was so long ago, he doesn't really probably remember much of it. But he's definitely thought of it a bit, and I was probably more than anything, seeing the sky from here is probably what is most reminiscent for him.
Absolutely, and it is worth mentioning. And in fact, it is almost like the inverse of light pollution. The fact that the terrain and even the city here feel so drab and gray and lifeless mean that when you look up to the sky, you are met with a truly stunning picture of the universe. You see golds and pinks and purples that are swept across the sky like a painter's brush. There is no direction that you can look at, no distance to the horizon too close that you don't see some sparkling star. It is just dotted with light in all directions that you can see except for around you.
All right, I think the cemetery's in like a general this way direction. He just motions westward-ish.
Yeah. You start to head into the city.
Yeah, he just wanders through. He is in his regular form.
Just about to ask, okay.
Yeah, he just it's kind of his homecoming in a sense. Maybe not even homecoming, just kind of like, this town gave him a lot of shit for being this. So he's kind of just proudly walking.
Are there like a lot of kitsune as we're walking through? There
are. It's a decent mix. You see that there is kind of your typical melting pot, but the disproportionately high numbers are Loxodon, Kitsune, and Aarakocra. And you do see that there is a pretty decent population of Kitsune, most of which, for the record, have just one tail. Every now and then you'll pass by one who has two, maybe three. There's probably at least one in the city that has three. And when you find them, if you see them, you can see that there are bags under their eyes and their faces are aged like they have been here for, like they've spent 100 years living on a necromantic ley line. They look withered. And for many of them, they spot your group coming in, and they see that it's being led by Baby Boy, who does, for the record, look like shit after the past 3 days of this necromantic ritual.
That's true.
He is gaunt. He looks like he has aged 60 years in front of all of your eyes. You guys remember 3 days ago that he was this bright, chipper, kind of chubby thing, stretched and gangly in a weird way, but like with a lot of meat on his bones and these like big bubbly cheeks. And he looks now like he is 65, 70 years old. He practically walks with a little bit of an arch in his back. But even so, I assume Baby Boy still has like a little bit of a spring in his step. He's got a little bit of that just like charismatic, bouncy energy that he can't seem to get rid of. And they spot him trotting through the city, and they spot Nine Tails flickering around behind him. And you get quizzical looks from a lot of the young ones, especially. A few children openly kind of like point and whisper to each other. But there's a point where you pass by a little house on the corner that smells like baking bread, and you can see that out front there's an older kitsune with two tails who's sitting on a rocking chair, kind of sipping some tea and reading a book by candlelight. And she looks at you, and she stands up from her chair and gets down literally on her knees and bows. And then she nods and stands back up.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of weird.
We got a hand raise from Jane.
Just an extremely minor point of order. As we're entering the town, I am going to go ahead and cast telepathic bond on
Got
all
it.
of us, so we have that for 8 hours.
Understood. And then a hand raise from Tech.
Yeah, as that woman bows, because I don't trust Baby Boy's directions for this town that he has not been to in 300 years.
Yeah, fair.
I looked at this woman, I'm just like, hey, where do you keep the stiffs?
The what? Is that like the bodies?
Yeah, what
The
a corpses.
corpses.
Yeah, I must go pay some the
Respects.
thing you pay respects. Yes, pay very respects. You know.
What do you pay the dead again?
You're putting away his bag.
I mean, in Baby Boy's defense, he's probably like never seen like before leaving the library. Probably never like seen a cemetery before.
Quite possibly.
Barely know what death is.
I got the concept.
There's a cemetery by the temples on the west side of town. We do nightly vigils to keep the haunts out.
Oh, haunts? What kind?
Oh, I mean, all sorts. The mountains are full of spirit. Most of them are not too bad. They can be even friendly if you're friendly to them.
I'm gonna pull Mare out of my pot. He's probably on my deck. And I'm like, Mare, do you remember there being ghosts here when we were here last?
Mare would mention seeing a few. And in fact, Mare would kind of mention, well, you know Mare's voice better than I do. But would kind of bring up, oh my god, hang on, wait, name on map. Give me a second. Starts with an E. It's a green name.
Hey, did you get your shit together?
Yeah. Where the fuck is it? Found it. It's loading. It's loading, guys.
Is it enchilada?
No,
Is it enchilada?
It's not enchilada.
I still don't know her real name, but I assume her name is just enchilada.
It's close enough. We all know who you're talking about.
Here's some good DMing advice for you, Lush. Don't be afraid to check your notes, even if your players give you shit for it.
True.
Oh, don't worry. I've been using Obsidian Portal, so I just like have like all of my notes already up in front of me.
If you have to check your notes, you're a bad TM.
Totally wrong. Not a green name at all. It is a red name. Mayor would be like, I believe you met your friend here. Suma is from here, is he not?
Oh no, we met him at the library.
Well, yes, but what I mean is, here and there and nowhere are all kind of, I don't have a way to lock my fingers together because I don't have them. But
Actually, he actually does have hands today.
Oh.
He has dexterity today.
he takes these ghostly starry hands that you've given him. He locks his fingers together and then they like twist and warp like they're at the edges of a black hole. It gets a little. What I mean is that he probably slipped in from around here just as you did.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, this place
You think
is
he's here?
What?
You think he's here?
But maybe I don't. I don't know.
Something tells me we shouldn't start screaming at this hour.
Have you spoken to him lately?
Oh yeah, remember when we were talking to him through the telepathic bondy thingy at the questioning your friends thing? We did the ritual between the librarian, mayor, and him.
Right. Yes. You're right. He was part of that. Yes. Well, perhaps I don't know. He may be.
He said he was somewhere wet or something. I kind of forget. It's been years.
It has been quite some time. Has it been years? I'm very bad at keeping track of time.
No, but for me, it has been like a year.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure it's only been like a month or two. What is time?
That can't be right.
Jane, what is time? It's rhetorical.
But yeah, she says, there's probably a vigil coming up soon if you'd like to partake. If you're just trying to pay respect to one of your own,
Hi, Hansen?
Hansen.
Last name Hansen?
Hansen. Let's see what she knows.
It's probably about like 300 years ago, maybe. Unless you guys are like, super old because of the necromantic ley lines.
I'm sorry, I am quite old, but I can't say that I am as old as you.
What do you mean?
I don't know any by that name. Well, it's just that you have, and she kind of like looks past you. You can tell she's looking at your tail. You must have lived a very successful life. How do you stay healthy?
Regular diet and exercise.
I look at him as she says healthy.
I do have questions though. Please explain this hotel things to me, because I've had these since I was quite young. I think I was born with them.
That is unusual. They can grow naturally as you age. It's said that you get one every 100 years, although that's kind of just a folk tale. I got my second when I was 92.
Oh. What if I really am old?
Are you not? How? If you look to be.
That's because I had some cosmetic surgery.
It's true. He did look different a few days ago.
Oh yeah, I was much brighter and a little bit like Spax's belly. So I was a little bit more plump too.
He
did this willingly to himself.
You had cosmetic surgery to make yourself look older.
It's a long story.
I have a lot of time.
Oh, it's okay.
Unfortunately, we don't.
We're kind of in a hurry.
Right, sorry. Just that way, down that street, turn right. There's some steps that lead up to one of the churches. And she just kind of like watches, kind of gawking as you walk off, not sure what to make of any of that. You head over the path, and you do find...
I do like lean into Mary and be like, this would be a great place to start a cult.
Incredible. I'm gonna hand her some shade.
As we're walking, just telepathically talking to Baby Boy, but I think it's like an open group chat. I don't know how this works. Just say, so, Lichdom?
Why?
Just kind of surprising.
It's kind of a big deal, right? He keeps insisting it's not that big a deal, but...
Oh, it is a pretty big deal, I guess, but, it has some benefits that I rather like.
Interesting. Like what? Just living forever?
First off, I get to be so much spookier. Second off, I get to spend all of the time with the librarians. Right now, if I died, he'd be so lonely. And so would I. And then I'd have to, make new friends in the afterlife. Ugh. And then there was something else. Oh, it also extends my timeline of my success rate of my mission.
Okay.
It also means that if you fuck up your time thing and travel forward in time, he'll probably still be alive-ish. He'll be there.
I'll be there. I'll be like, hi, Jane.
Fair. I'm not going to tell you your business or anything, but it's a big decision. You sure about it?
Yeah, kind of scrunches his face and kind of
just seems like a life-altering magical procedure to turn yourself into a lich, just so you can be a little spookier as your first reason.
Oh no, I just said that one first because of the fun. Yes.
All right.
The main reason is just because I know that when I pass away, my soul will not stay in nowhere, and I want to. And this way, I can make sure that my master doesn't get in trouble again.
I understand that. I just maybe be careful about undergoing something like this to protect or please somebody else. Like if you're going to do something like this, it should be something for you.
Yes, I realize that I'm obviously didn't say the whole selfish thing, is I also want to be with my master forever. That's obviously a big part of it too. And I get to stay with Mare and get to be happy. Just put it simply, I guess.
Fair enough. I just realized we had not talked about it. I didn't know it was something you were doing until you walked out all covered.
Yeah.
Necromancy sigils, or I guess that's not true. I helped with the ritual, but till...
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a month.
At least a month. Yeah. A totally normal amount of time to think about something like this.
It's going to last.
Listen, most of the people I live around live on a completely different time schedule than mortals do. I understand thinking in eras, eternities. My life is but a blip, or would be.
The thing that's happening in this campaign is that Tex is playing a character that is a cat in appearance, but is not actually a cat. And Baby Boy is playing a character that doesn't look like a cat, but is actually a cat.
Right.
A cat.
Like, I'll just live with my master forever.
You know how excited I would be if my cat came home and she's like, I'm a lich now. I was like, first off, I have so many questions.
As you make way up the step, you're able to kind of see into this cozy little graveyard behind a church. And you can see that there are little candles that have been set on the tops of many of these headstones that are lit and kind of flickering softly in the wind. There's not a lot of people here. In fact, the only person that you can see in the cemetery is this kind of hunched back turtle, maybe comes up to 4.5, 5 feet tall. This big kind of underbite that comes out almost like a full inch over the top of his beak. You can see that he walks using a shovel as a cane. You can see that he is holding what at first looks to be a lantern in one hand and the shovel in the other. But you can see that the lantern is actually like a good 3.5 feet long, like this big cylinder that goes all the way down, nearly touching the ground. And it is littered with shelves that go all the way from top to bottom, and on each of those shelves are tiny little votive candles. And he walks over to the next headstone, and he kind of like spins this lantern up a few times, finds the right candle, opens up like a tiny little glass window that gives him access to just that one candle, and sets it on top of the tombstone. He closes his eyes and he says something under his breath, and then he moves on to the next one.
This is perfect. He's a gravekeeper. And I'll run over to him.
As he's running over, do I smell any demons?
Give me a perception check.
In fact, if we have a combat, so fucking help me.
Combat, let's go.
I don't know if that's a good so help me or a bad so help me.
I don't want to combat. I want to be a lich.
As you sniff around for any sort of demons or demonic energy, there's a lot of sympathetic energy going on here, most of which is tied to things that have been left on these gravestones. You can see that there are little children's toys in front of one that have a lot of residual energy. You can see that the candles themselves have a lot of residual energy. You can, on a 27, you can almost smell the tiny links that connect each of these gravestones to this turtle as he goes around. You get the sense that there are many people buried here who are not known better by anyone than by this turtle. But you don't get the smell of any actual daemons that have coalesced into creatures. There is a lot of energy around you, but nothing strong enough to have coalesced into a daemon.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yes,
I'm looking for a grave. Perhaps you can help me?
you've come to the right place. This is where the graves are. Are you looking for
Exactly.
someone's in particular?
Yes. Last name Hansen.
Hansen?
Possibly born about over 300 years ago.
Hansen, 300 years ago. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, you reminded that you automatically listen to Chronomancy. Noted. You don't pick up any automatically here. Hansen. Yes, come with me.
Oh, yes. Okay.
He starts to walk off, makes it about half of a step, stop, opens up his lantern, finds the votive, pulls out the candle, sticks it on top of the grave, says a prayer under his breath.
I'll wait for him to finish.
Yes, hello.
I do realize that this is going to take a quite long time if we have to stop at every single one. I don't want to stop you from doing your business. Perhaps you could just point?
Who are you?
Oh, no, you have dementia.
Mm.
I'm looking for Henson?
Oh,
Hansen?
yes, top of the hill, up that way. They're little
Okay.
ones. They weren't a rich family.
That was us. We were so poor. I'll run off that way.
You run off up to the top of the hill and you begin searching around. Give me a perception check.
Okay, American second. And not that I'm very good at this.
You pass by it a couple times just because it's so modest, and when you do eventually find it, you realize why it was so easy to miss. Calling it a headstone is far too generous. Even calling it like a footstone is too generous. It's essentially a brick, the size of just like a construction brick that has been planted into the ground here, almost entirely grown over by grass. You can cover it with a single foot. And onto this brick is etched very roughly, probably by somebody with just like a chisel and a hammer, the names Drusus and Verinia Hansen.
Someone write that down.
Yes, you did it.
They're not my parents.
I'll write it down.
No, it's okay. I will just put it in my notes section.
There you go.
You have, as you've been searching, you've seen the turtle kind of slowly making his way up in this direction, one candle at a time.
How much time do we have?
Before he
Game,
gets
how
here,
much time do we have?
you've got easily 4.5, 5 minutes before he gets here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say like hours. All right. I will wait until he leaves then. Do I see a grave for me?
Give me a perception check. This one's easier because presumably it would be nearby.
Actually, this probably doesn't matter, but I was actually kind of looking for that too.
Sure,
If I
yeah,
can also do it.
absolutely. Give me a perception check.
It is pretty good just split up, like we can read faster that way.
If I were my grave, where would I be? Right, if I were my-
You search around and you don't spot another grave. On a 14, however, you eventually come back to this gravestone, this brick that is buried, and you realize that in the overgrown bit, the part that has been covered up by dirt, there is like the little bit of etching that is sticking out. It looks like it was etched and then grown over. But as you, are you willing to like pull the grass back, disturb it a little bit?
Yeah.
So, not like fully defacing, but you do have to like kind of, pull a little bit.
I'm tending to it.
Eventually you do see that etched below their names on this brick are two additional names, Titus and Jamie.
The question is, which one
True.
is me?
Big Boy had a brother?
I guess so.
This is
Well,
shocking to me.
50, you could just take one. I mean,
Well,
he's not here to check the other one.
I mean, I know which one's mine.
Yeah.
Petition to refer to
Yeah.
them as baby bro.
I don't remember having a brother. It could have been before me. It could have been after me. Most likely after, I assume. Is it written in Titus and Jamie?
Titus and Jamie, just like that, except in Basali.
Did they put you first because you were older, or Jamie because they presumed you died at the age of like 7?
It was 5. But also, yes.
5. Oh, you're Jamie. Okay.
Well, they called me Jamie, but do not call me that. My name is Baby Boy.
Okay, baby boy.
Oh my god. It finally happens. We finally have Baby Boy's real name.
We're 79
For all
episodes in.
these years. And just in case people were curious, I did just straight up steal that from Highlander, or whatever it's called.
We gotta get old Bradley Chursel and Jamie Henson together.
Alright. Okay, after this guy leaves, we start exhuming.
Cool.
You hear the crunch of footsteps as this turtle starts to make his way up. He sets some candles on the gravestone next to you guys first, and then says something under his breath. And then he gets over to yours and says, if you can excuse me, I gotta get to that stone, please.
Oh, yes, of course, I'll step behind it.
Yes,
After you're finished, I have some questions, but go ahead.
certainly. He comes over, he looks over the lantern, finds a votive, sets it down, and says a little prayer in front of it. And then he says, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get to that next stone over there.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing a vigil.
What's
That's
that
my
mean?
job.
What's that do?
A vigil is an important rite where you remember and honor the dead.
Okay. Is there a like specific reason because of the necromantic power ley lines here, or is it just like a cultural thing?
It can be both. For me, it's both and also kind of a religious thing.
Does it keep the ghost away?
No. On the contrary, it actually kind of invites the ghosts to come and rest here, but it keeps them, friendly.
What makes them be unfriendly?
Oh, many things can make a ghost unfriendly. If they have unfinished business is one of them, or if they're looking for something that doesn't exist, or, if they were hurt and haven't had that hurt resolved. In many cases, not having some sort of a sympathetic tether. If there's nothing here that cares about them, then they don't reciprocate. When they feel emptiness, they reciprocate with hate. Sometimes all people need, ghosts in particular, is a connection, and that keeps them docile.
I see.
What's your
Is
name?
it easy to... I'm Baby Boy.
Well, baby boy, you'll die one someday.
Maybe someday soon.
Maybe. You look like you have a foot in the grave.
Oh, did I step in it?
No, it's a metaphor. You have 9 tails, though. That's weird.
It is. That's what the old lady said.
What's your name?
Baby Boy, what's your name?
No, it's not. What's your name?
My name's Baby Boy.
Okay. My name is Gallus Macius.
That's a very fancy name.
Is it?
It sounds fancy. You sound like a Roman general.
I wasn't a general in my day. I was a baker.
Oh.
Now,
Why do you do...
what?
Why do you do the vigil now then?
Now I'm not a baker. Now I'm a libertarianist. Libertinaris? Libitinaris. I watch the dead.
Are the dead quite active here, I assume?
Oh, yeah.
If I step on a grenade, would they get upset? I've been trying to be careful.
If it's an accident, they don't usually mind. If you're doing it disrespectfully, then I'll have to kill you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm. I need to make a roll here.
While you roll, can I get an above table recap about why the fuck we're exhuming these bodies? I think I missed something.
I don't know if
Anyone
Baby Boy has
actually-
explained it, yeah.
No one's
I was like
asked,
party
it's
to
like-
his ritual. Is it anything to do with the ritual?
No.
Okay, wonderful.
You can ask
Oh,
me.
I thought it had to do with the ritual this whole time.
Right, why the fuck are you here then?
Yeah, why
Yourself.
are you here?
Oh, I'll let this guy walk off, and then I will
We
explain.
have telepathic bond up,
Yeah.
so we
I say telepathically as this is happening. Wait,
So,
hold on.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I have some many reasons for this. One, ethically sourced minions. Two, that way I can talk to my parents, and
We
then
were
when they
having
go
a
back to Afterlife-
conversation, and now you're all just standing there not talking?
Hey, shut up.
Oh,
You can continue. You seem busy. I'll find you later.
who are
We're
you?
having a moment of silence in respect of the
Oh,
dead.
yes. Okay, I'm gonna go over this right now.
Okay, bye.
As I was saying.
Okay,
First,
babe, before you even continue, is this first in the same way that the other one was first? Because if that's the first reason, because it's the most important one.
I
Or is
have
it
a
that
really,
there's
really
that the
important-
funniest one? You said it was the funniest one last time. So is this the
Well-
funniest reason?
Hmm.
There are other serious reasons, right? Not that.
There's really just the two reasons, and I guess I haven't weighed them against each other. One of them is that I have parent issues. I have trauma, so I figured this might be a way to work through it by getting to know my parents, and then I can.
Holy fuck.
Jesus Christ.
And then also, I can spend some time with them, let them know that my life is doing good, because I vanished one day, and I'm not sure whether or not they were happy or if they were sad that I was gone. Now that I think back on it, I was probably gone for a very long time when I was visiting the librarian, perhaps days, and they never said anything. And then I just vanished altogether. So maybe they were happy, but they did make me a grave, so I'm not sure. So I was going to bring them back to life as undead minions to help protect me.
Yes.
Because
Yeah, so I don't. Jane knows a ton about Arcana and occultism, not specifically necromancy necessarily. If these people have been dead for hundreds of years, is there quote unquote resurrecting them is just making empty husks of bodies, right? Like he's not going to get into communion with their actual persons, or is he?
Give me your choice of Arcana or Occultism. They'll both give you kind of different approaches to the same information.
I'll do occultism if you want to do Arcana, because you're better at that one.
Will do.
Well, actually, you're probably better at occultism too.
I'll
but
do it.
I'm really good at occultism too.
Maybe you should just do it. Hey, look, your dad. What was the same as mine?
Baby Boy, it makes so much sense. Baby Boy,
I actually did get a lot of necromancy studying it, but
yeah,
I think I actually know the answer.
I was going to say, you kind of already know the answer here. Sketch, the impression that you get, the actual people, there are two options. Either they're still here hundreds of years later as ghosts because they have some sort of unfinished business. That is certainly an option. Or their spirits have moved on to the afterlife, in which case the only thing left behind on their corpse is a bunch of occult energy, sympathetic residue. Which is exactly what is used to cast occult magic, is sympathetic residue left on objects, and very often those objects are body parts, corpses. It's why you use frogs' legs and the tongue of a cat and the eye of a newt in a lot of occult magic, is because those things have sympathetic residue on them. Jane would understand that sympathetic residue often includes echoes and whispers of memories. It's the reason that the Speak with Dead spell works is because some amount of their cognizance does linger behind. You can question it based on what it knew at the time of its life, but it's not a continuation of that person's consciousness. It is just kind of an imprint of what they were feeling and thinking and remembering at the time of their death.
Huh.
The robot the robot is the one you have trust issues with when we've been walking around with this fucking thing.
Ethically sourced.
I'm not all the way. I mean, I guess ethics is cultural, but I'm
Didn't you
not
say
all the
this
way
once,
sure
or
it
were
is
you just
ethical.
or were you just being rhetorical when you said that my parents would do anything for me, anything to make sure that I was safe?
I didn't really understand your relationship with your parents at the time.
If your son was in my position and you had been dead, and you had the opportunity to protect him, would you?
She, with absolute grave seriousness, says, I would never have allowed my son to end up in your position. And I kind of realized that was an insensitive thing to say, but it's already out there.
Yes. You love your son. I get it. That's not
What?
the point of what my question, though.
I'm not. I just don't know if digging up a grave to get some ethically sourced minions is a good idea. If you need closure with your parents and want to speak to them, I get that. I thought we came here because we needed some part of them for this lichdom ritual or phylactery or something.
No. There'd be sometimes I knew my parents didn't like me, but still, after I left, I wondered if they worried. I've heard stories of when children go missing, how it can destroy the parents. I thought I could use this as an opportunity to also speak with them, and perhaps after they returned back to the afterlife, they could take that knowledge with them that they were right. It was for the better.
All right. I do think maybe that should be your number one when people ask you why you're digging up their bodies. You should say first thing. It's this very sweet emotional thing about closure with my parents, and then like number 6 should be I want funny, ethically sourced minions.
I do have I think it's a trauma response where I respond in a silly, crazy way as a way of just kind of hiding what I'm actually thinking. And that's
Can I
why
do an insight
I my
check?
trauma.
Sure.
You fucking with us?
This is entirely on you to describe as you would like, Lush.
It's maybe not the entire truth, but there is truth in what he says. You get the feeling turning around from that he's not all right in the head. Like he's definitely,
What?
especially Jane having
Well, that's
seen
not new.
He's definitely like
Yeah.
on the cusp of madness. But he's you've seen him throughout this time very clearly trying to make connections with people and struggle to do that. He definitely craves social connection. And he seems to think that it's goes back to these people.
Maybe why I when the accident happened and I got put into this, the My mother and father essentially said that I wasn't a real person anymore, that their daughter was dead. I'm not going to turn this into a sob story about me. I know what it's like to have a fraught relationship with your folks, and my scale is obviously much smaller than yours, but I don't know that this is going to bring you the closure that you think it's going to bring you.
Maybe not, but I want to try. Though I am kind of concerned that the ghosts will attack us if we disturb the grave, or that guy will attack us.
He did explicitly say that he would kill you.
Yes, that's why I was thinking, could I ask him politely for my parents' corpse? Because I think... Do I inherit them?
You are next to kin. Seems right.
I am next of kin. That's what I'm saying. Though
Can I do
don't
like
have
a
to-
society check or something?
You can absolutely give me either society or religion.
Terrible.
No idea. This, especially because this is not just a different nation, but a colony of a different continental nation. Like, this is so foreign.
How about this? An ultimatum. Or, not an ultimatum. I will ask him. Straightforward, and if he says no, I will leave them at peace. And I will find my closure through inner reflection and all that jazz.
Or you could use the necrothecary back at camp.
What is he planning on doing with an old tomato?
I also did like the idea of having them, like, undead minions.
Look, there's so many corpses in my cave. You can just take one.
Oh, but it feels more...
Take three. Take all of them.
The
I don't
thing
give a
is
shit.
that obviously I am going to be ripping them back from the other side, and it seems less ethical to do it to the stranger, opposed to someone who, in theory, should love and take care of me.
Well, aren't you just animating?
Oh no, I was going to straight up bring them back to life, or bring them back to undeath, like ritually speaking. Like raise, like...
It's like powerful magic.
Yep.
He does know a lot about rituals.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, you're talking about bringing their actual spirits back from the afterlife and bringing them back to life?
It would be difficult for them to bring back information that I am safe if they don't.
Boy,
Please.
Seems like you've been going about it the hard way this whole time. I'm just joking.
she's thought about that.
I was going to say, I think Jane's thoughts on necromancy have come up before.
Yeah. Baby boy, that's I was a little bit concerned about the idea of reanimating their corpses and speaking to the memories that are stored in them. I am not going to help you pull a soul back out of the afterlife to be your thrall. That's plainly, obviously, heinously evil.
I was worried it might be.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
It's only evil if you don't die first.
I know I said earlier that ethics is cultural, but that one I think is pretty much across all cultures. I mean, yeah, if you have a way to speak to them afterlife and ask if they want to come back and be very transparent about what that means.
There are no
But,
evil fools.
You're probably right. They probably wouldn't want to come back anyways.
Especially not to be a thrall.
I would give them free will
Well, that's good.
and make them intelligent so that they can, not be shambly. I even picked out the kind of ghost I wanted them to be.
I'm sorry. I don't want to take the wind out of your sails here, and I understand. I understand the amount of pain that you're in, at least in a way. But I don't think I can help you do that.
I completely understand, and I truly appreciate your input and feedback. I realize that sometimes I do some crazy things, and maybe sometimes do something a little evil.
It's just correct the behavior. It's fine. No worries. It's
Yes,
okay.
yes. So thank you for sharing that with me.
Excuse me, I just need to get through there. Get that candle.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Can I help you
I
with
have a question.
anything? Yes.
I do have a question.
Yes.
These are my parents.
Oh. That happens sometimes.
Yes, they are dead.
Yes, everyone dies.
If I wish to interact with their corpse, are there rules and regulations that would allow me to do so, or is it strictly prohibited?
Tritonis has a lot of rules about how you can and cannot interact with a corpse. What's the nature
Which is why I asked.
of what you're trying to do? Are you trying to just speak with them, or...
Now I'm not even sure. Maybe just see them?
I'll give him a quick check, okay?
I don't want to say that Baby Boy is being honest, actually, with this.
You watch as the dozens of wrinkles under this turtle's eyes multiply and multiply until there must be 300 wrinkles in his smile. He closes his eyes and says, "Why don't you have a seat?"
Unfortunately, if I do that, I will change outfits.
Well, then why don't you stand? This is not an appropriate place to change your outfit. It's very disrespectful.
I will take a seat. I'll take a seat on the little hill.
He walks over to the candle, and he kind of just waves a hand over it. And without a word, without even a whole lot of manifestations, just kind of a gentle blowing of the wind and a little bit of blue light that escapes from under his eyelids, you watch as the flame turns from just a normal yellowish fire to kind of a soft, ghostly green. And he turns back to you, and you can see that one by one, going all the way down the length of his tall lantern, each of the different votives kind of changes from white to this kind of blue-green. And he says, "Go ahead."
And do what?
Tell me something about them. Something you remember. Tell me a story. A happy one if you have it, but they're all good.
I know this is not going to be the case, but I really hope he's a fake medium.
Oh no, it's a Long Island medium. Kind of sits there, thinks for a bit. One day, when I was really young, I got a new toy. They gave it to me, and I got to play inside.
What was the toy?
It was like a block with some little wheels on it.
Like a chariot or a cart?
Aye, or a train, but I don't think it was a train.
No, it wasn't a train. They weren't around back then. It was a cart.
That's what I thought.
It was red.
Yes.
One day, before you were young, they bought a lot of toys and a couple of cribs. And on one day, the saddest and the happiest day of their life, they sold one crib and filled the other. And though it was always difficult, and though they didn't always show it well, they did love the crib that was full.
Did I have a twin?
No. No, your story would have been very different if you did. It may have been happier. It may have been easier. But it would not have turned out you. And you is who they remember.
What happened to the other?
They don't know.
What happened after I left?
Tell me another story. Something else you remember.
I don't really have any more good ones.
They don't have to be good. Any memory is a memory.
One day, I didn't mean to, but my little anomalies started knocking things everywhere, and I broke something very important. They were really upset.
She had held on to that plate for a long time. She knew it wouldn't get used, but she didn't feel right getting rid of it. When you left, the anomaly stopped. And at first, the other kids were relieved that everything went back to normal. And eventually, the normalcy started to feel gray. And nobody really felt it the way that they did. They did better. They realized a little too late what they had lost and what they had done wrong, but they did the best that they could with what time they had left. They looked for you, but they were not people of means. Adventurers would come and they would post jobs on boards, and they would scrape together their coppers and one time even a couple of silvers. And they would pay these people to go look, and they would not find you. And eventually they just assumed that maybe the woods took you, as they've taken so many others.
Could you tell them something for me?
Yes. Yes, of course.
This is going to sound quite messed up.
I've heard worse, I promise. People come here with some really fucked up trauma.
If they would have loved me in a way that I would have stayed, I would have died at a very young age. They allowed me to find someone who could love me very much and keep me safe, even from myself. I have lived quite happily, well loved, and I never go wanting. Sometimes, a little too much not going wanting.
You watch as one of the votives near the bottom of the lantern snuffs out. And a little bit of smoke begins to just kind of rise up off from it and fills its little chamber. And then another one, and another, and another. And about a third of the way up is when this turtle realizes what's happening. So, just. And he kind of reaches down to the lantern and he opens up all of those doors one by one. You feel the wind start to pick up, and it starts to draw some of that smoke out of his lantern. And you watch as it begins to swirl over the tiny little brick that has been buried in the grass in the back corner of this plot. Probably given for free by the state because they couldn't afford anything better, and chiseled by somebody who cared enough to put a name onto it. And you watch as the smoke forms two little balls, about the size of a peach each, that just hover over the brick a few times. And then they drift over to you, and they swirl around your hands and around your neck, and kind of breeze against the sides of your cheek. And then they shoot up towards the sky, and begin to just drift off until they can't be distinguished from the clouds anymore.
I throw a Pokeball out and catch them. No.
I'm sorry, who are you? I just need to get this candle, okay? You have a nice
Right.
night.
Thanks, you too.
He picks it up, puts it into his chamber. Oh, what happened here? And starts to hobble up.
Huh.
So that's
I abduct the man and bring him with us.
Oh, I see. He's a medium who channels the spirit of a medium who talks to the dead for him.
he's a medium.
An extra medium.
That's a medium, yeah.
Mr. Medium.
That's really clever. I like that idea.
All right. Well, that was kind of confusing. 2 cribs, then 1, but I didn't have a twin.
Yeah, you know what?
Do you think maybe they fell through too, but first?
Maybe. Or maybe.
That would mean they've been gone a very long time.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, if you fell through to nowhere, doesn't that mean that anyone could? That, unless it's like a genetics thing, in which case your twin would be just as likely as you are?
But they made it sound like they got 2 cribs and got rid of 1, and then filled another. Which sounds like a miscarriage or maybe a dead baby.
Maybe. Or one baby just vanished.
Perhaps my anomalies.
I think they were trying to have two. They planned to have 2 children, had 2 cribs. You fucked off, and the day that you disappeared for good is the day that your brother was born.
Yeah, that was what I understood from that also.
But he's written here too. Not on a different stone, with a family. Which makes me think he died young.
Well, let's dig him up and find out.
Also, the medium literally said they didn't know what happened to him.
This is true. I wonder if perhaps I was supposed to have a twin and my anomalies shunted him somewhere? It's impossible to know.
That's
I mean,
my
it's probably
guess.
possible. It's a good guess. Alright, now that I'm emotionally charged, let's get this
Jesus Christ.
Oh, also, this is going to be quite horrifying, so just,
I'll look away, and because
You
then I'll
can
just
look.
hear it. Because if I just hear it, then I'll imagine something way worse than if I just look at it. So I should probably look.
do you want a heads up, or do you want it to be a surprise? And you see, baby boy, his hands are kind of trembling.
Heads up would be good. Surprises make me jump.
Okay. As you know, my power consumes a lot of energy. You've seen me lose a lot of weight.
Yeah, are you like gonna just turn into like inside out, and that's how you're gonna turn into a fun
No,
dead dog?
not exactly.
You're gonna have to make it a quick ritual then, because you're gonna run
The
out.
the first time this happened was when I was 6, and I almost died from it. And we did it on purpose this time. It will consume me quite rapidly. I will begin to wither, and then I will die.
On second thought, I don't think I want to see you do that. So
Yes, I'm pretty scared, but I'm ready to face my biggest fear.
then you're 100%, not even like 99.8 or something like that. You're sure?
Yes, I'm very sure. I'm still scared, but I'm sure.
Jane, give me a perception check.
You're
Love
so
to. Is this insight?
It is not. It is a magical awareness perception.
Delightful. So bad. I'm gonna spend a hero point on it. Why the fuck not?
Second round of hero
We're
points.
talking
Yeah, you guys
about magical awareness.
Much better.
You suddenly, like a cold sundowner breeze running down the side of the mountain, feel the presence of distant but immense chronomancy coming from the mountain.
Really? Can you bring up that map of where all the Chrono Trigger is?
Yes.
Or just tell me if there's one on the spot or not. You don't have to bring it up if you don't want.
Number 7, strange map.
Are we near one of those in terms of our position on this continent
I
/ island?
accidentally closed it.
I'll pull it back up. But yes, essentially, you guys are in Basatat. There is a red X just to the southwest of it.
Is that the same direction as like this mountain? I guess is what I mean.
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially, like across the channel down to the south is where you felt it kind of roll over the little channel here at the back.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed repinged. Interesting. I might be asking for more than I am able to get here. Can I do any kind of identification to tell if that's what it is? Is it the same like sort of signature I get off of Chrono Trigger?
On a 20, you have been around large quantities of chronotryrite, and you certainly can sense the chronomantic energy there. This feels like an act of chronomancy. This feels like a large spell of chronomancy was cast. This feels like you're feeling the ripples of a chronomantic spell being cast.
Okay. I think Jane like looks over that way, kind of hair stands up on the back of her neck. Just telepathically to the group. Something just happened over there in that mountain. Something chronomantic, a time phenomenon of some kind. That's one of the locations on our map of where the Chrono Trigger is.
Jane, on a 20, because you are keenly aware of time and scheduling, you've literally taken feats for it. It also occurs to you that it is Monday night, which is the night that for a long time you and Fetch and Sketch all had dreams.
Fascinating.
Does it correspond with the map that Severelix gave us?
Yes, it does. And it also, she looks at her watch, her pocket, her stopwatch. This is also almost precisely the time that we all used to get our dreams before we. I know that's not why we're here, but should we check it out? Maybe related to Tesseract, related to what's happening with Sketch or Switch.
Yeah, take me there or show me how to get there, or tell me.
Everybody good to go check it out?
I'll stick with B2 while he does whatever he's doing.
I'll go with. I could wait a little bit longer.
Sorry, baby boy, I don't mean to.
No.
fight.
Time is. It's. I will be out of commission for quite a bit once I do this.
Yeah. You just have to wait another 4 calendar weeks out of character village.
Yep.
As you guys essentially follow this impulse that Jane has gotten, it does require you to find a way across this cape and up a mountain. I will need some sort of a survival check from somebody to lead the way, and also a hand raise from Baby Boy.
Yes. Now I know that my memory is not what it used to be. I imagine that when I found the cave, we probably just literally walked towards Mayor Star because I was trying to get to him because I was a small child. Does this feel like I'm going towards the cave that took me to nowhere?
I'm so glad you asked. Give me either perception or survival with advantage.
Oh, right, I forgot we're super close to nowhere. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell.
Mayor as well, or no?
Sure, yeah. There.
Does he also have advantage or not?
No, not.
Okay.
There is early on. It doesn't feel significant to you. It feels like surely you, as a young child, did not make your way all the way around this cape and up the mountains to the south. That feels crazy. That feels like there's no way you were a child.
I definitely did that.
But as you get farther along, you're like, oh, this does kind of feel familiar. This, you start to see a tree that you swear you've seen before, as if in a distant memory. You start to see a shape in the mountains on the horizon to the north, to the southeast, that kind of reminds you of a weird shape that almost feels like it's burned into your old dreams. And eventually, as you come around a bend, you are nearly certain that this is not only the direction where you were chasing Mayor Star, but the clearing where you've met Mayor for the very first time. Jane, with your natural 20 to help with an Arcana check, you are confident that you are following the trail of this residual chronomantic energy as accurately as you can, and that it seems to be nearby. When you eventually reach this clearing.
Outstanding. I do keep detect magic up as well.
Perfect.
This is where I met Mayor, and I think that way is the cave that took me to nowhere.
Right. Is the way that Baby Boy is pointing the way that the chronomancy came from?
It sure is. It's also worth mentioning that as you kind of come around this clearing and around a corner of rocks, basically, you see that the forest ahead of you is filled not only with trees and a little river cutting through, but with these brightly shimmering motes of starlight. Some of them, a good 25, 30 feet off the ground, some at eye level, some at ground level. Just kind of lightly twinkling all around you like fireflies. They don't move very quickly, but there are a lot of them, hundreds, possibly even thousands in all directions that you can see.
Hey, Mayor, let it out. And then all my anomalies will just pop up around me and just start swirling around me. Do they affect these light motes at all?
What is it that you want them to do?
I did not think that far ahead, Feck. I don't know. They probably would just make them swirl around them.
Yeah,
Start orbiting the anomalies.
In the absence of anything else, they essentially just kind of bubble around you at a distance, maybe 5 meters or so, and lightly swirl around you as if in orbit, and then as you pass by, they kind of snap back to their original location.
This is very familiar. We're definitely on the right track.
All right. Well, if we're on the right track, this leads to nowhere. should we pump the brakes for a second here? I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't go. That's a big undertaking. I mean, isn't that a whole plane of existence with...
Yes. We'll have to make it through the haunted garden, through the haunted maze. I named
Is everything haunted?
I was 6 when I named them all, and I was really all about haunting stuff.
You
None of them were actually haunted.
You hear a young voice, a little boy's voice, through the woods kind of behind you that just says, "Not everything is haunted. It's just weird."
Do I recognize this one?
You do. And as you look back, you see, probably before anyone else, because you know to look for it a little better than they do, the shape of Suma's face. The rest of you are eventually able to see the visage of a ghost that emerges from the trees. This ghost...
Suma, I'm going to sprint over to him and I'm going to grapple him into a bear hug. I'm going to spin him in a circle.
As you come over, he lets you phase through, and then he kind of grabs you by one of your tails and pulls it and runs off and spins around, and he essentially makes you chase him down for a second, but then eventually will give you a hug. Holy shit, You're like a bajillion years old now.
Yes, I'm quite old now.
It hasn't been that long, has it?
Oh, no, I've been doing some things.
What?
Also, I don't know why my foundry's messing up. Baby boy's on here kind of too, and I can't make him look formal. I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah, weird. You've been doing things. What have you been doing that makes you look like this?
Okay, I know what you're thinking. Baby boy, didn't you already learn this lesson?
I don't think you know what I'm thinking, because I don't know what I'm thinking.
Okay, I know what you're about to think.
Okay.
I'm turning myself into a lich.
Why? Why?
So I can stay with the librarian forever.
But that means you'll be like me. I thought you... Why would you want that?
Well, I will have more mass, so I won't be so temperamental. I will have more of my soul here.
Yeah, that's the problem. Don't you want to be able to go somewhere else? Eventually? Instead of being stuck here?
Do you?
I mean, yeah, that's why I went looking for somewhere else to be, and all I found is nowhere. And it was nice because I found you there, but then... I don't know, I don't think you should do it. If you're just... I don't know. Are you sure?
Are you real?
What do you mean, am I real? Of course I'm real.
It seems quite coincidental that I would run into you here, no? Didn't you say you were in a water place?
He motions over to the little river and says, yeah, now, I guess. But that was a month ago. But look, there's water over there.
You said there was lots of ghosts?
Yeah, there's always lots of ghosts. You want to meet them?
We don't have time for that.
You're going to have all the time in the world. That's the whole point of doing this, isn't it?
True. Though I think we're tracking down something quite spooky right now.
It would also technically waste my time because I do not get any of the time post-death, so...
This is true. He's going to be immortal until he dies.
Right. Okay.
Nice to meet you, by the way. Thank you for saying hi to anyone else.
Oh, sorry. This is Trusuma. He's...
Sorry, not everybody can always see me right away. That's kind of actually... can all of you see me?
You tell me.
Yeah, you guys all look over. You can all see him.
Yep.
So with detect magic, is he coming up as any kind of magical or
Necromantic.
illusory?
You can definitely sense a lot of necromantic energy off of him.
But not illusion?
Not illusion.
Okay.
What are you all looking at?
Mechanics question.
Yeah, hit me.
How long does it take to don a set of full plate?
No idea. Probably 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
All right, I'll get started.
I do also treasure the idea that the only person in the party who can't see ghosts is the cat, when cats canonically see ghosts in this world.
Do they really?
Yeah, but you're not really a cat, so I guess it kind of makes sense.
Suma, watch this. And I'm gonna start like using my tails as like, vestigial and start like moving them around and picking up stuff. I've gotten really good.
That is really good. Hang on, I don't want to be rude to your friends though. Hi, I'm Suma. I'm one of what name do you use for them?
Baby boy.
I'm one of Baby Boy's friends, from a long time ago. You can see he's just a little Venera kid. Again, he can't be that old. Maybe young teens, maybe even not that old. Long curly tail, very friendly face, these kind of like big expressive eyes and ears. And he gives you like a two-handed handshake as he walks over to you.
Hi, I'm one of Baby Boy's friends from now-ish. Yeah, unless you're gonna like disappear after this.
It'd be weird if you were one of his friends from the future.
It's not impossible.
Okay, all right, sure.
Technically, we both are.
Oh, the future's now.
Eventually, because the future is now. And now,
All right,
I'm using the wrong.
if you say so. When he gives you a handshake, he is ice cold. There's a chill that like runs down your spine. Almost involuntarily, you feel your hand like lock up and your teeth chitter. But he goes over. Fetch. Hi, I'm Suma.
Hi, I'm Fetch. Where is the Tesseract compound?
The what?
The underground, the source of the... I don't know, Jane, you describe it. The thing that...
There's some sort of chronomantic event took place here. Big time magic. Do you know what that is?
Oh,
She's a chrono lassie.
Chronoman. Big time. Big magic. I'm probably in the cave that. And he just kind of nods over. Cave at the top of the hill leads to nowhere. Librarian just went that way recently. I assume it was him.
A what?
Just went that way. Is that where you're here?
Well, start over again.
Yeah, at the top of the hill is the cave that goes to nowhere, and the librarian's just passed by, and I assume that you're going after him.
What was he doing here?
I don't know. I was busy playing.
You didn't say hi?
I said hi. He seemed
did he
busy.
say?
He said, hi, Suma, but in a deep, like a, hi, Suma, but like, three voices at the same time, like he does.
Ah, classic. Okay. Interesting. I thought he was in the basement. After I thought he was missing forever.
Missing forever? No, I just saw him, a couple hours ago? Maybe days? I forget.
Have you seen anybody else besides him come or go from this place lately?
Yeah. Not a lot of people, mostly wolves. But yeah, a person. There was a real short person. I think he was more beard than anything else. And he had some machines with him.
Okay. Does that description sound at all familiar to me? Guy with big beard, short guy with big beard.
Give me a remembering
I guess
check.
specifically, like if this is from Tesseract.
Perception, I guess. I use perception for everything.
I'm having the hardest time getting Foundry to reload again.
He said he's short. Would he benefit from a pair of magical stilts?
Almost certainly. He was very short. He seemed kind of cranky. I tried to startle him, and he shot something at me, and it didn't do anything, but it was kind of rude of him. Doesn't ring any bells for either of you.
Okay.
Also, I'll say this telepathically. Suma is, because he's a ghost, he's not always aware of how much time has actually passed by, so him saying days and weeks could be years.
Does anyone see tracks or anything around here? I don't, because I'm bad at that sort of thing.
Take a look.
Hey, hell yeah.
Hey, goddamn. Fetch, you are able to pretty quickly pick up on a couple things, actually. The easy one, the one that you would get on just any good check, is that there certainly is a little bit of foot traffic that came through here. Mostly machines. Mostly, specifically, they remind you very much on a natural 20 of the footprints that were on the sulfuric hot springs near Oh my god, I'm so bad at the end of the pirate mission, when you went to go get the sulfur water for your mission, you found a bunch of archaeology drones that had been like crusted over in the sulfur pools, and the footprints are almost identical to those. So you're able to deduce that there are probably 3 or 4 Tesseract archaeology drones that came through here recently, along with some very small boot prints of somebody, probably a gnome or halfling, probably even too small to be like a dwarf, almost certainly gnome or halfling. On your natural 20, you do also see very large, light footprints that would be very difficult for anybody to pick up except for a very skilled tracker on a natural 20. They could easily be mistaken for a giant, except giants typically walk around barefoot or in, human-style boots. These are like, they got little like suction cups at the bottoms. They look eldritch. They look octopusy. It's like a giant octopus came through here. But on exactly 2 feet for some reason.
And sorry, how long ago was all this?
Natural 20.
Or how recent?
Natural 20. It's so hard to tell for the giant thing, but you can see from the way that they're overlapping that the giant was older, and then the Tesseract bots plus gnome or halfling was about 6 or 7 days ago.
Sweet.
It does seem strange.
Fetch is gonna pull his verdant kukri out and activate it and say it's Tesseract, and then point at some of the tracks and let you guys deduce the rest a couple of days ago, and then I'm gonna start walking that way.
Do you point out the giant suction cuppy traps or tracks?
Yeah, I point them out. I don't say anything about them, but you can see them now.
Yep. Once they're pointed out, baby boy, you're able to pretty quickly piece together what that is.
Zuma, you would come with?
Yeah, I got nothing else to do. What are we doing? Is this part of your
probably
ritual?
Oh no, we're tracking down some evil villains.
The hunt for evil villains. Awesome. Are these, who are they?
Oh, I think that they're like torturing people and trying to get sympathy from other dimensions.
Can they be demons?
Oh no, these are real.
Wait, really?
Yeah. That person who shot you is working for an evil organization.
That
I'm a real adventurer now.
You're a real adventurer now?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. I scare those all the time.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
All right, but do stay back at the chicken hut.
Okay.
All right, then we run off to the cave.
Perfect. You begin to kind of follow all of these tracks up this hill, winding over towards this cave. It is worth mentioning that when you reach this big clearing with this big rock, you can practically feel the resonance of your partially completed ritual. You can tell that this is as ideal as it gets. Your mind is almost involuntarily filled with the vision of this star coming closer and closer, crashing down through the atmosphere like it was going to engulf the world itself, all to just condense to this tiny little point of light and blink, blink, blink off this rock and spill down into the grass. You remember walking over to it and picking it up and holding in your hand for the first time, Mare. You remember the first time that words actually came out of this orb. And you remember countless hours spent here, not only talking to Mare, but passing through. And Mare helping you to kind of shift these stars off to the sides so that you didn't bump into them and get warped around. You remember the first few times you bumped into them and got displaced by a couple dozen feet and then threw up because it was the first time that you had ever been teleported before. Baby boy, I flew up. Baby boy doesn't have a lot of earthly memories tied to this place, but most of the ones that you do happened right here in this clearing or even on this rock.
That's not a rock. That's a boulder.
It's a boulder. Meanwhile, over to the side, you do see that there is a cave entrance.
Gotcha. And there's not like a time limit I have to do finish the ritual in. I can come back.
Kind of. You certainly don't want to wait for too long, but it's not like a matter of hours. It's probably in the next day or two is when you would want to finish it up.
Okay. I guess we can go explore the cave. This is the spot, guys. This is the spot where I would do it. But
Why this spot?
this is where I met Mayor. He fell out of the sky, and I met him right there. He fell up, hit the rock, and landed in the grass. And then we came back here most nights to look at the stars, and started adventuring. And we went into the cave, and that's when I first went to the library. And then I would travel this way all the time to go back.
I guarantee
my
you,
friend.
all of Mayor's siblings, friends, and kin that have fallen in their place, or perhaps even looking for Mayor, are now in the belly of a machine by Tesseract. I
That's
hate to
quite
break it to
possible.
you, but
Mayor
that
is
is
actually
fate.
light years away. This is just like a representation of his form.
I think I
and-
know what I'm talking
Why
about.
don't-
Maybe spoilers.
Why don't you
Uh,
finish the ritual right now?
I'll watch your body while you're doing it if you want.
The back and forth.
Okay. You guys can go have fun without me. If you see my master, tell him that.
No, we should not go in there without you.
I'll stick around with him.
So we either stay out here together or we go in together. Maybe we're the only person that's been into that place. It's
Yes, you have to be careful of these lights. If they touch you, they will warp you around. And in the cave, if I remember correctly, they want to touch you. Is that right, Vec?
Yeah, they do. They're slow. It's not like they're gonna chase you around, but you do have to be careful because they're drawn towards you, and if they touch you, you kind of like get shunted.
as you start like explaining the dangers, Jane kind of like, I don't know, snaps. She's like, I'm not going in there without you, baby boy.
He nods at you. Ooh, decision time. I actually don't know. If I do the ritual now, you might have to wait days. So let's go in there first. Then I'll come back out and do it.
Okay.
Jane is the last to step in, and she like lingers in the threshold for a little while. She's not at peace with going into this place. She's thinking about a time we all sat around a fire watching visions of carrot weed and the smoke, and baby boy. There was like a flash of the train station, and then a vision of the librarian saying, and I quote, "All things that are not must not be." And she's not super sure that the librarian is not going to just obliterate her as a paradox waiting to happen, given this is the place that paradoxes go to die. But she also knows that she like has to go here at some point, and there's no better person to do it with than baby boy. But before entering, nonetheless, I'm going to cast this. I don't know if we're going to end up staying within a mile of this anyway.
Okay.
Space is a weird soup, but I put my portal outside of this place.
I cast play with light balls before we go into the cave.
Do you like try to touch one?
Yeah.
It's easy enough. All you have to do is kind of step away from baby boy's influence, and they kind of drift slowly towards you. You let one touch you, and whoop, you are shunted. Just give me a D100. Let's see.
Okay.
You're shunted, just kind of like a little bit back down, about 15 feet away from where you were, towards the direction that you came from. But the teleportation kind of drops you about 4.5 feet off the ground. So you suddenly feel this weightless feeling, and the rug pulled out from under you as you fall and then land in the grass, presumably on your feet because you're cat folk.
Oh. That works. Neat.
It's
Okay.
pretty fun, no?
But could it, theoretically, if it can displace me in the air, could it place me inside a wall?
Yes.
Oh.
I think.
I probably
Actually, in fact,
shouldn't play with these.
am I right about that?
I don't I mean, I guess we'll just leave it to a die roll. I don't know how much you've studied this effect. Give me an occultism check.
Because I know that most rules are you can't be put into. It has to be in an unoccupied space.
Sure, give me an occultism check. You're pretty sure that it needs to drop you somewhere that has enough space for you to be, but that is the only rule. It could do some really awful things if you are unlucky.
So it could put you like in a small crawl space.
Sure, absolutely. It could put you 30 feet straight up in the air. It could do all sorts of pretty awful things if you're unlucky.
True.
Hand raise from Tex.
Underwater.
Yeah, I ain't fucking going in there. Sorry.
Understood. That's fair. You can absolutely just kind of wait behind.
Yeah, I stay outside Prospero. I do all this shit so that we can go get lost for 100 years and some bullshit for Mr. God complex. Like
Prospero kind of has
He doesn't want to go either, but he doesn't want to stay with Tex.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Probably also wants to see what the library is.
Do you Prospero kind of clears his throat. Should I stay?
No.
Should I? Which one is no? Stay here? Okay, I'll stay here. I guess it wouldn't be too smart for me to go into a cave with you again, huh?
I go down.
He sits down and shuts up. The rest of you step into this cave. It's dark aside from these little glimmering bits of starlight.
I'd like to just state as we enter this place that I'd like my focus to be, as we're moving through, on detecting chronomancy shit.
Got it.
Just recognizing any weird dilation in time that is happening in here and trying to identify it.
Got it. Understood.
I highly suggest that if we find out that they went to nowhere, that we do not follow them.
Why is that?
Well, because we don't know how long we'll be gone.
So why are we going into the cave that goes to nowhere? Are we just gonna? Is there
Ask
a little
your brother.
Is there a food court at the end before you go through, or are we just?
Your brother was the one who decided to go gung ho about running in here. Unless he wants to be patient.
Is that true?
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, he's the one who's he's like, Tesseract is this way. And
Oh, you're right. You're so right.
So James was like, maybe we should think about this a little bit more. And Fetch was like, off we go. Which, as a D&D player, I deeply appreciate.
As a person who's trying to become a lich, I don't appreciate it.
As you step into the cave, you see that it's just kind of a wide, maybe 10-foot wide pathway, large enough to get things through. There are lights, but it's wide enough that you're able to kind of easily avoid them. You do see that there are signs that this has been not excavated recently, but traversed recently. There are places where torches have been set on the walls, and some of them are even still burning. They appear mechanical. They have little oil registers in them, so they're meant to last for several days or even weeks. And some of them are in fact still burning.
Do they look
that is a lie.
Tesseract made?
Yeah, no check required. They look Tesseracty. As you push into a large open cavern, you're greeted by a ship in the middle of this cave, overgrown by moss and plants and flowers. At the far backside of this cavern, you can see that there is a cave-in of some sort. Rocks that have been piled around an area where it had been braced for a mining operation, but it seems to have collapsed. And let me get... Actually, no check required. Kind of very deliberately exposed on the bare ground as you step in here is a skeleton. bare except for a crown, a golden crown around its head.
Any magic on it or anything near it?
You have detect magic up?
Yes.
There is abjuration not on the skeleton, but on... you actually see it on these rocks. You sense it kind of from this little rock down here to the southwest, and you look past, there's one right next to you as well. One here, and you see that there's a ring of rocks around this ship that all give off a little bit of abjuration.
Interesting. Can I study it and identify that magic?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an Arcana check. While she is studying all of that, quickly, with only like a minute, I think, because of all of her feats.
I think it's like an action, actually.
Right. Was this ship here the last time I was here?
You certainly don't remember a ship being here now. Oh my god, yeah, you can do it.
It's not even an action.
A free action.
It's a thought.
This is essentially a pass-coded opening. There is a certain way that you can activate these rocks that will cause an opening to appear. You're able to recognize almost immediately that it is of an occult nature, not an arcane nature. And you can see that there are markings on these rocks. They are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth, until 12 up at the top here.
Okay. Is there
A clock.
well, right. Is there an obvious indication as to like how you like input the code?
On your
Like
20,
whack the rock or something?
on a 22, pump even just a tiny little bit of mana into it, like a cantrip amount of mana.
Okay. She says there's something is blocked here or guarded. There's a code that you can put in with these rocks. Would you know it, baby boy?
If I had to guess, this would open a gateway to nowhere.
If you had to guess, don't you come this way?
This is different from when I was here last time. There's a door and no ship. Perhaps it changes? Or perhaps, I mean, I do have a theory, but I don't know how true it is. It's not right now, though. But if we are going to nowhere, I think I would like to complete my ritual first. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, I think.
Right.
But
fetch
let me look at this and see if I know what it means. Do I know what this means?
You can also give me an occultism check. Jane, what were you saying to fetch?
Sorry, I was just saying, do you see where the footprints go from here? Do they just disappear?
Following your nat 20, the large eldritch footprint seemed to go straight up to the ship and then kind of vanish, as if they just walked into the ship or something like that. Although I must stress, the footprints that the creature that these footprints belong to is far too large to have been anywhere in or aboard this ship. The other footprints of the machines and the small creature go around. You see there's a lot of traffic just kind of around this perimeter, mostly just setting up torches as best as you can tell. But then over to this collapsed tunnel, where they go through and do not emerge.
Okay, so they didn't go to nowhere. They just went to the Chrono Triad in this fucking cave. Could I still sense where the chronomancy came from? Is it beyond all this rubble?
The pulse has kind of died down, but give me another perception check, because I believe that's what it uses for your feat.
I think that's right. So bad. I'll use another hero point.
All right. Yeah, the trail unfortunately went cold a bit ago. You know that it kind of led into this cave, but you're not able to narrow it down beyond that. At this point, It's kind of just suffused all over the cave and not fine enough to follow anywhere. We got a hand raise from Fetch.
Two things. First thing is I forgot that I had put on some armor for a purpose. So I wonder if I can retroactively true sight the ghosts.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It makes sense.
And in fact, I assume Suma is probably following you in here, baby boy. You are able to pop True Sight, and you see the ghost for exactly what it is, which is a ghost. I don't think there's no like true form to be revealed, except that you can tell for sure it is an undead, real, actual ghost. There is no illusion at play. There's no disguise at play. It's the ghost of a young monkey boy, essentially. I forget what it starts with an S. Venara. Doesn't start with an S.
I look upon them with an expression of sincere and deep sadness.
He looks back at you, crosses his eyes, and sticks out his tongues, and then giggles. What are you looking at, Stinky?
It turns to pity. And the second thing I wanted to do was say out loud, ancestors, hear me and guide me to Tesseract. And then I want to step in this stuff.
Yeah, you step through the stone. Nothing immediately happens. Give me a religion check.
Crap.
Yeah, you step through. You're not really sure what to expect, but nothing happens. There's no like magical reaction as you step into the circle of stones.
Wow, see, I thought that would teleport me.
So I thought all these lights were going to teleport us somewhere too. Thanks.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you said into the stones, like into the circle of. Yeah, if you step into this light, give me a D100.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Cool.
36. You go back about
That's
15.
93. Look at her.
If you look at it upside down. You go back.
I rolled the dice. They're oriented relative to me. So you see what I mean?
Yeah, got it. And you go back about 15 feet and about 15 feet up into the air. You are not tabaxi cat folk, so you land on your feet and don't take any damage. But if you had been any other species, that probably would have been a very painful fall.
I just look disappointed.
As he's doing that, Jane's looking at this skeleton on the ground and at these rocks. Say, this crown is magical, and these rocks need presumably a time put into them as a password. Also,
I rolled a 28.
I don't think that Tesseract went to nowhere. I think they went back there, and she kind of points back at the rubble.
Baby boy, on your 28, you are able to kind of confirm all the suspicions that Jane has. This feels like it is obviously meant to be some sort of a code that is put in. Comparing your result to a 28 over a 22. Yeah, I don't think you really glean any. I don't think you glean any additional information. You're able to, especially with your lore in arcane security, able to very easily deduce that you're meant to input a code into these rocks and it will cause something to open, but that's really all you know.
Gotcha.
On a 69, the code is 6 o'clock with, 6:45? Yeah.
We got there.
We got there.
Well,
Yeah, by the way, I jumped into the portal again.
Yeah, give me another 200.
And there's the 63 you're looking for.
Yeah, you just end up on the stern castle of the ship over here.
all right. Well, if this is all we're going to do, I'll probably go back out there and continue it.
Do we want to try to get past whatever this is? I agree we shouldn't go to nowhere right now.
Without being able to see through this, I cannot safely get us through. I have no idea how deep this is.
Fetch, can you turn into like a mole? A really big mole?
By the way, I know the trait BRB'd, but just telepathically I'm keeping Hex appraised of what we're doing.
Yeah, understood.
So I get that this is happening, but I also don't want to have to wait 4 weeks to turn into a lich. I've already been waiting for so long.
You do. You guys can do anything you want. You are at the helm here.
It's what we came here for, and we really don't want to go to nowhere anyway.
I do feel like we should try to figure out what Tesseract was doing, though. How deep's this rubble?
Give me perception to kind of study it over.
Is this, a little bit of rubble?
Nat 20 is very good. It is deliberately caved in by explosives. Somebody using Tesseract machinery, mining, and explosive went in there, did something, and deliberately caved it in behind themselves. It would be very, very difficult to get through. It has caused severe structural damage to the cavern.
Gotcha.
Not impossible, but a big working of magic, or weeks, possibly even months of good old-fashioned labor.
Right.
Hey, Suma.
Yeah.
How far can you phase through solid material?
If I, there's not a good word for it, but do the ghost equivalent of holding my breath for a really long time, I can make it, about, counting to 12. Do you want me to see if I can get in there?
Yeah, maybe just count to 6 and then come back so you don't get stuck.
Yeah, I know how this works, stupid.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you're stupid.
You ready? You want to time me? Go!
Go. 1, Mississippi. 2, Mississippi. 3, whatever Mississippi is.
Say, where's
4,
Mississippi?
So what the fuck is Mississippi?
6, Mississippi. Come back. Mississippi. And then there's 8, Mississippi.
Nope, lots of rocks.
About how far did you think you went?
About 6, maybe 7.
Okay. Knowing him as well as I probably do, what does 6, maybe 7 mean? I'm assuming that's 6.
6 or 7 seconds. He ran about 6 seconds in there.
I'm assuming he is that would that be a 3-action dash? Or 3-action?
Yeah, you imagine he probably glided a good, 60, 70 feet through rock. And then turned around. Fetch on an 18, you touch another star, and you find yourself inside the ship, in the brig. It seems to be locked.
Cool.
Perfect.
It's for the best.
Well, unless we have a way to excavate hundreds of feet of rubble, it looks to me like maybe they just caved the whole thing in after they got whatever they came here for, and...
Teleported out, perhaps?
Right. I don't know why there still would have been magic coming from there. If it's all caved down, and they took the chronotriorite, presumably.
Well, then maybe they didn't. Maybe they have machinery in there that is being powered by it.
I'm going to try one last thing.
Sure.
And this is a bit of a Hail Mary. I'm going to put a hand up to the rubble, close my eyes, begin casting a spell, and just project clairaudience just 500 feet that away and see if I can hear anything in there, any machinery working or people talking or anything.
Love it. Give me a that-away check. Just a good old-fashioned D100. Or you could also give me survival if you are good at that.
I am not good at that.
Fair. And probably just dumb luck to see if you hit the right spot.
Excellent. Can I sell you on it being not literally a straight-up Arcana check, but benefiting from sensing the direction of the chronomancy?
Sure.
I guess the ship kind of already sailed earlier, but...
I'll let you help yourself with an Arcana check.
Ew.
Master would be a +4, translated to a D100, 20, bumps it to a 46. Let's see, you can project 500 feet through here. You do hit empty cave. You hear dripping with a lot of echo, like it's a large chamber of some sort. You hear the very distant squeak of cavernous critters of some sort. I guess now give me a perception check to just hear, or to make things out through your hearing.
Damn it. Well, I will use I have a thing for this.
Alright.
Somewhere in here. Just look through my things. Where is it? There it is.
On a 19, you're not able to make out anything other than natural cave noises. The dripping of water, distant squeaking bats, things like that.
Okay. Sweet.
Does she know how far in the ear went?
I assume you projected it as far as you could.
Yeah, we have to the whole 500 feet, so...
500 feet that way.
Unfortunately, I have already used one of my other high-level magics, so I could get in there, just me, but I wouldn't really get back out.
That's alright. I was mostly curious if they had, caved in the entire cave, or just the entrance. It looks like just the entrance, so we at least know that. But I don't think this is a problem we're going to solve now, and there's your ritual to attend to.
Yes. Yes. Suma.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to go back to nowhere?
Yeah, I go all the time.
You go all the time?
Sure, whenever I find a door. I go to see if you're there. You weren't there last time I went, and now I see it's because you're here.
Was anyone there?
No, it was empty.
Was this before or after you saw my master come through?
That was before.
You remember what happens when I lose control?
Yeah?
I'm going to have to do that, and I don't want you to see again.
You see that the kind of chipper expression goes a little sour. And then it goes from, concerned to kind of mad. And he furls his brow and says, "Why are you doing this? Why would you do that to yourself? I don't want you to hurt yourself."
I know it may sound kind of stupid, but it almost feels like destiny.
His expression softens. It's like, well, if it's destiny, then I guess you got to do it.
These people need an adult so bad.
You're right here, Jane. Be the adult. You
Alright.
won't.
I'll look away. You
I've
promise
done all
to
the
come out the
parenting
other
I
side?
can do
though?
today.
Say that again?
You promise you'll come out the other side?
Yes, I'll reform.
Great. Well, then I'll see you on the other side.
And then, if you could find a way back to nowhere, could you check to see if the librarian is there? And tell him that maybe don't mention this part just yet. I want it to be a surprise.
We're keeping secrets from the librarian?
We always keep secrets from the librarian.
Yeah, but he always knows them. Come on.
I know. I mean, he's probably just going to read your mind anyways and just know what happened. We'll be going back there again. I'm not sure if we'll be going through this way or not. There are other ways through it.
Yeah, they pop up, in places from time to time.
Well, you can always come back with us to our base camp. I have my own library.
Is it back in the town?
Oh, it's actually way far across the ocean.
Oh, I don't know about that. One time I tried walking to the other side of the mountain, and even on the other side, it felt like I was getting dizzy.
Oh, so you're stuck here.
I don't know if I'm stuck here. It just feels nice, right?
I guess so.
I go to nowhere all the time, right? That's not here. It's nowhere.
That's very true. That's very true. You go to nowhere all the time.
I think your friend's stuck in the ship. I hear him banging.
Oh,
Go into the ship and look for him.
No, that is not what's happened. I turned into a lizard and I ran back to the portal.
Yeah. You run back over as a lizard, jump into the light. It kind of bamps you over just to a spot in the bushes over here, kind of off to the side.
as we walk out, I'm probably gonna hold Suma's hand.
I'm going to make a quick stop at this skeleton and this crown. Is the crown magical?
The crown does have a
Yeah.
little bit of abjuration magic on it, and you are able to tell that it probably can be used to like trigger the codes if you aren't able to produce mana of your own. It can be used as a key. You just like tap it to the right.
Okay, cool. No other function though.
No, give it to me. Boy, give me you made a perception check. As you're looking at it, this crown looks suspiciously familiar to you. And you can't put your finger on it for a little while, and then you eventually, it kind of clicks. It is the shape of the crown worn by the king on the cover of the king's ship. It is an almost perfect replica.
And also, if you look up, it says Kingship Cave right there.
Really?
Are you able to see
I think
that?
she...
Wow.
Oh, it does. Yeah, we do see that here.
Amazing.
You gotta be careful naming your maps in Foundry, I've learned as a DM.
Noted.
Interesting. I think that gives her a little bit of pause. She thinks about lingering to explore this a little bit longer, but Baby Boy's been waiting for a while for her help, so...
For what it's worth, you know he has to regenerate over the course of several days anyway, so...
Yeah. So the other just be carrying me around until I reach it. You guys come right back in after I die. This will be right quick.
Just
Well,
a good
like-
die real fast.
Like 5 minutes tops. Maybe 6.
All right.
It will be it will take some time for me to die.
Suma, Baby Boy, and Jane start to exit the cave. Fetch and Sketch, what do you do? Looks like Fetch was following as a lizard.
Oh, well, I was going to stick myself to Baby Boy, but then I didn't realize that Baby Boy was leaving the cave. So as soon as I realized that, I unstick myself.
Fair.
Because there's Tesseract here, and we haven't found them.
There's you can't really get through. Even if I summoned an elemental, it wouldn't get far enough. Or well, it could get far enough, but the elementals explicitly don't burrow for people because they're rude.
It's fine. The tracks of the big one ended at this ship. The other tracks kind of circled around it. I don't know if I necessarily saw any tracks going into that collapsed cave.
I think you did.
You did. The robots and the gnome went into the cave and did not emerge.
All right, then Sketch, I could use your help. I only have one plan left.
What's that?
He touches a star and reemerges tangled up in the rigging near the crow's nest, like below the crow's nest.
Are you just gonna keep doing that? You're gonna end up like in a little crack in the wall, and we're not gonna get you out. You're gonna get stuck.
But it could get us on the other side of the cave in.
It could get one of us on the other side of the cave in, and it could get one of us trapped in a crevice and unable to breathe after, a few minutes. I get that it could work, but it also couldn't. Because, see, now you're stuck up there, and if I wasn't here, you would,
I can just focus for 10 minutes to remember. By the way, this is very important. I really should have done this earlier.
Yeah.
I hope to
Have
God
I
you're
at
about to
some
check
point
the weather.
today had a commanding view of the landscape?
Thank God you are. Yeah, for sure. Climbing up this mountain, you've for sure seen a commanding view of the landscape. Light Light clouds.
Okay, then I don't get tomorrow's weather because I didn't roll high enough, but I
Okay.
get today's weather.
Fair enough. Light clouds, a little chilly.
Actually, there's a mechanical benefit to doing that. That gives me a +1 in survival checks. That includes tracking.
Oh, wonderful. All right,
I'm just gonna hang out upside down up here for about 10 minutes.
perfect.
Okay, have fun. If you break your neck, well, I guess
No.
you can't come get me, but so don't do that.
I assume I can focus up here. I'm not sure exactly what you need to do to focus. I've just been kind of winging it.
Yeah, it's kind of anything that is like flavorful for your character is fine. And
It could
You
be
can
staring at
meditate
rocks.
upside down.
right,
You know
being-
what? Dangling upside down from a crow's nest after repeated teleportations is very in character.
kind of, yeah. Anyway, as you're recharging your focus point, we go back out to the mountain path. Starry view of the sky, light clouds low on the horizon, otherwise an unmarred view of the galaxy.
All right. Well, I don't want my clothes to get destroyed, so I'm going to get naked.
That seems like a flimsy reason to do it, but okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they're going to get destroyed, and I don't want to lose all my stuff.
Uh,
Well, I guess I probably won't be using this outfit anymore.
Fair.
I guess I won't have to.
Are you gonna get like
I
crazy
will-
necromancer robes with skulls all over it so everybody knows you're a necromancer?
Well, I was just going to wear my costume most of the time so that no one knows that I'm a snitch, and then I'll come out and I'm like, ha 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 ha. And they'll be like,
God, That's pretty smart.
Yes. I'll give. I don't know who's going to hold Mayor and my stuff.
I can, if that's all right.
Yes. As we talked about, trust is important. We just talked about this yesterday.
I think that was 2 days ago.
Whatever. You might want to back up.
Do I? So again, above table, I forget things. Do I need to like participate in this ritual, roll Arcana checks or anything, or is this just Baby Boys just doing a thing?
All of the work has essentially been done except for the very last check, which Baby Boy must make. His primary occultism check.
Yeah. You were going to give me your one little bonus, though, the +1.
Yeah, I don't. You guys, I think you used that last time, and it's only for saving throws. It's not for checks. But what I can do is give you a little bit of divinous side. I don't know. Interesting. I have 3 focus points. I could try this 3 times until we get the best roll. I don't know how much cheese that is.
It
Let's
seems
read the
legit
wording
to
of
me.
the spell. So I guess I just don't know, like in terms of timing, because this technically is like a. He
It's
only
like
makes
a
the check
one-round
once.
thing, right? Blah, 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 blah. I will look up a ruling between sessions. I'm making notes. I remember to do it. For now, I'm going to rule that you would need to like pop this right as he is casting the last bit of it. So it's like he has too much leading up to it to time it around this. It has to be the other way around. You have to pop this when he is ready.
Seems eminently reasonable. But that is what I will do as you're like finishing up your ritual. I will give you this.
And this is a fortune effect, so it's either going to be this or I. Oh, that's perfect. That's all I need.
Great. You have an 11 on deck if you want it.
All right. I'm going to take it, and that's going to give me a 27, which is a critical success.
As you begin to perform the final steps of this ritual, you can practically visualize the tethers that you have to this place. Some of which go to the physical surroundings, some of which drift towards Mare, in fact, many of which drift towards Mare, and many more of which you see lines of sympathetic energy that pour out of your chest through your sternum and up into the sky towards the stars, and particularly towards a little... it feels almost wrong to call it a void because there is so much light in all directions up there, but a void where you know there used to be just one more little pinprick of light that is no longer there, at least not currently. And you begin to latch onto that and to push the last bits of this ritual out, expending every last drop of energy that you have. Tell me what it looks like. Tell me what this transformation looks like as Baby Boy takes on the final steps of his death, essentially.
Yeah. So Mare is important for this one. Mare is helping Baby Boy kind of keep his power at that cusp of out of control. And because I have it, Baby Boy is going to levitate off the ground a bit because I have fly speed that I can use for 10 minutes. And you kind of just see his fur get a lot brighter. You see anomalies just start popping in and out. You kind of see that like Mare is probably like keeping them from actually forming. The inside of Baby Boy's mouth takes on like it looks like a dark void, and it's kind of around his teeth are taking on that like horizon. What's it called?
Like
Thing
the
on
event
the black
horizon?
hole.
Yeah.
Event horizon.
Or
of it.
you probably mean
And-
the accretion disk, yeah, but sure.
The accretion disk. Baby Boy is grabbing his head. It almost looks like he's screaming, and you just start to see him start to just kind of wither. His body fat starts to just shrink off of him. Over the next 5 minutes, it then starts to take over his skeletal. Like his skeletal muscle starts to just like be consumed. And then eventually it's just enough that he's just floating there dead, and it's just continuing to consume him until it just like you just see his arms kind of like snap close to his face, and then he just gets like pulled into his mouth and then just gone.
Yeah, there's a nearly imperceptible tiny little black bead where all directions point inward, where no light can escape, where no sound can escape, where no life could escape. Where many theorize not even souls can escape, although that is hard to judge. In this tiny, nearly imperceptible, rice-sized grain of nothing clinks down to the rock, and it lands with no noise and rolls to a stop.
Beck, I hate to break it to you. I don't know necessarily if this scene deserves the Christmas miracle music that you're playing. I think it's a little bit.
This is kind of my just all-purpose nothing storytelling music. Let me see what the next one is.
Title this track "Christmas Miracle," okay? Because that's what it is. That's all I can think about.
For sure.
Yeah,
Especially with these little like light bits that look like snow a little bit.
yeah. It would be kind of a beautiful scene against the bright night sky, if not for the fact that Baby Boy was collapsing in on himself, screaming into a black hole.
Right.
There's a point in the middle of this when Suma has to kind of look away. He's not really sure what to make of this. And I think he, unless anybody else is kind of the first to trot over and kind of hop around looking for anything that's left.
Suma, he
Yeah.
has now what was stolen from you. He's gone to an afterlife.
Nope, that's not correct.
Someday we'll be able to help you move on too, but
Also not true.
right now science and magic have no idea how to do that.
Also not true. As that's happening, can I just double check that it like went well?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check. Or an occultism, either one's fine. Best as you can tell, it went extraordinarily well. And in fact, on a 29, you're probably able to follow that little bead of energy that is now resting on the rock. You know...
Yeah. Also, Argument of X is here, right? He flew us
Yes. Yes, he does. He did not have to go back yet because you guys made him the scroll, so he would be watching all of this too. I forgot you guys gave him
There's a whole ass
the
dragon,
scroll. He would probably not be in his dragon form. And in fact, he probably waited outside when he went into the city. But would have met up with you afterwards as you guys went up to the mountain. And in fact, probably would have flown you up the mountain under the cover of night just to make things easier. Well, that seemed like it went well. If my timing... he is able to do rituals much faster than I can, which is very impressive. I'd love to study that at some point, but that little bead of darkness contains the mote that will eventually draw his soul back here. It should reform in a matter of days. Hard to say exactly how many, but he should reappear here in a matter of days. I don't know if it's safe to touch that, but, you know, you guys can find out if you'd like.
Mare, if someone will lead him over there, Mare will pick it up.
Yeah, Mare picks it up. Mare is able to kind of just pick it up as if it was a little grain of sand.
He just like kind of holds it close to him. I will hold on to it. Do you want me
Okay.
to roll for how long it takes me to form? I was going to do a blind GM roll because I think it's way
Yeah,
more spicy.
yeah,
that
give me
way.
blind.
Spices.
We're back to Christmas.
Yeah. So because I rolled a critical success, thank you, Jane, it's only going to take up to 1d4 days instead of 2d6.
Jeez.
Oh,
Fancy.
wonderful. Okay. Yeah, you guys are not sure how long it will take, but you feel pretty confident that the ritual went well and he should reappear here sometime.
Can I identify in a 29 how long it's going to take? How well it went?
I'm pretty sure 2 weeks breaks our schedule.
On a 29... Sure, I don't think this breaks anything. You imagine it'll probably be about halfway through the third day is when he'll reappear. So sometime on Thursday afternoon.
Lovely.
I'll mark that
Damn,
on the calendar.
I was really hoping for just one day, but no. But thankfully, it was less than 12, so I'm happy about that.
Oh, and I will. I should be able to figure out what the weather's going to be like when you come back.
And then Mare speaks up. He's like, also, Baby Boy said that if anyone wants to wear his costume, they are more than welcome to.
Suma runs over to it. First, dibs.
Oh my god, it looks so silly on him. He's like 4 feet tall.
Yeah, it does not fit. It does not fit at all. It's so like bunched up and baggy on all of the limbs.
Can he get like his tail to like move one of the tentacles?
Barely. It's like bigger than he is, but yeah, he tries.
No, wrong approach. Listen. You're not. You shouldn't wear the costume. You should possess the costume. Use your powers.
Oh, I haven't figured out how to do the possession thing yet. If I try really, really, really hard, I can make the wind go woo.
Do it.
Casual.
I need a will save from everyone. DC is actually 17,
Oh.
not 21. Forgot to PWL this boy.
You said a will save?
Yeah, will save DC 17. Fed. Worst woo you've ever heard. Mayor kind of spooked.
Oh no, Sorry, I made it blind. There we go.
Tex, little spooked. Jane, pretty spooky.
Honestly, quite spooky.
If I show him a spookier way to moan, can you try again and make everybody save again?
Sure.
Are you gonna moan it? Are you gonna moan in front of your girlfriend's dad?
Do you think he'd like it?
Only one way to find out.
How was that?
No, I'm not gonna do that. That was pretty good. So let me ask you a sensitive question.
Okay.
Would you like us to destroy you?
Oh, you mean like send me to an afterlife or something?
Yeah.
I thought about it, and I don't think I'm in a rush to do it. Like, what's going to be up there that I don't have here?
A new life.
And what, like, that's not going to go away if I wait a little longer, right? The whole point of it is that it's, like, permanent and ever unchanging, and, like, I just, I got friends here. I'll hang out here for a while.
We've had this conversation with him many times.
It's fine. I'm not, like, an angry ghost. I'm not here because I just like being a ghost.
It's a little selfish.
Okay. I think it's a little selfish. Maybe I'm selfish, huh? What of it? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to hurt me? Because I'm a ghost. You can't. You're not my real
bet you can.
dad.
I bet you I can.
Bet you can't?
I've killed ghosts.
Oh, look at this guy. He's going to kill me because I'm a ghost.
I swing my hatchet at him because it's the non-magical weapon I have.
I was going to say, does that have any sort of enchantments?
No.
Yeah, go straight through.
Yeah, and it's a real softball slash. It's like, hey, watch out! I'm coming. Here it comes.
Oh, big scary guy over here's got a hatchet. It's a good thing you're friends with them, or I'd show you what for.
As if you could.
You can show him what for.
You gave me your best shot. It was nothing.
You mean it?
Do I mean it? Yeah, obviously I do.
All right. Look over there.
What? Where?
Tries to punch you. Where's your token? Found it. Fuck.
That's not gonna cut it, Buster.
Ah, damn it. Well, okay. You're pretty good. I guess you're okay. You're all right. You can hang out with my friends.
I'm the best fighter in Landfall except for Narafi, who I still think exists.
I don't know what any of those words you just said meant. When you say that, Prospero says, wait, Landfall still exists?
Unfortunately.
That's, what is the state of Eden? I assumed that everything would be lost by this point.
It more or less is.
Even Moresco,
Yeah.
I was trying very hard to get my family out of there. That's one of the reasons I was trying to publish that book. It's only a matter of time before they figure out how to circumvent the wall.
It's less that it still exists. It did go away for a while. But they are reopening. It's kind of an ongoing thing. Eden is up in the sky now, around Mount Avalon. What's left of it?
Right. I remember that. I was trying
It's
to
not
move
that
there.
old.
Yeah. I just...
I'm sure how old we were talking.
He's only been dead a couple of years.
Really? Oh, I could have sworn I was up there so much longer. It still kind of feels like I'm waking up into a dream of sorts. It's not bad. I appreciate it, but it's very hazy. It's like I've forgotten how all of this works. I'm supposed to be wearing clothes right now, right? Other than these pants? All of you are wearing clothes.
All?
Incorrect. No.
Oh, well, I guess he's not. I'm going to buy
Yeah,
some
Actually,
clothes, though.
I think I'm the only fully clothed person here, actually.
That may be true. Argument
Yeah,
about
argument.
it.
Max.
Right there.
He's a decent human being.
Hold on. Let me put some clothes on to Mare so you don't feel lonely.
Oh, judgy. By the way, meanwhile, I am bullying the monkey and teasing him that he can't pick up objects and I can.
Can he pick up objects? I actually don't know if he can pick up objects. You might be right.
Oh, look what I can do! Pick up a rock. Oh, you don't miss that, dude.
Shut up! I'm learning.
Heck, how did I do that? How did I do that?
Yeah, I get it. I'm not a poltergeist yet. I'm working on it. You know what I can do? And he just like walks through a rock. Yeah, I'm in here now. I'm in the rock now. Look at me. I can't go through rocks because I'm made of meat.
Oh my god! I've always wanted to be a rock. Cool.
You know, it'd be a more effective anti-bullying tactic if you just kept walking. And not saying you should leave, but I'm just saying you could ignore him.
Oh, he's not bullying me. I'm bullying him.
Oh,
If this
okay.
is his idea of bullying, he's a terrible bully.
All right, I'm gonna find an object you can touch, and we're gonna arm wrestle with it. I did boomerang.
So, like, if you can't pick anything up, I presume you're not actually, like, standing on the ground. You're just, like, kind of floating right above it or, like, giving the illusion of standing. So then what is, like, your relationship with space in general? Why aren't you not ripping away from us at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour as the planet rotates away from you?
Oh, God.
I have a lot of questions.
Suma certainly does not know the answer to that question. Jane probably knows the answer to that question, actually.
He's still affected by gravity, presumably.
No.
Well, right, but gravity affects things that affect space, and he doesn't affect matter. He doesn't...
He's connected to the ley lines.
There you go. He's connected to the weave.
Idiots.
When he was
That's a cop out.
when he was in Nowhere, did he have more ability to touch physical things?
Oh my God, what a crazy question to ask me at 11:47 p.m.
I presume.
In Nowhere, he had a more corporeal form and was bound to the rules of space as they happen in Nowhere. He could not move through objects in Nowhere. He walked around like a real boy in Nowhere.
Lord Archimedex, Suma stated that he feels bound to this area. Is there any way that he could leave, or is he stuck here?
If he's bound to this area, then he probably would need to resolve what is keeping him bound to this area. And if he were to do that, he would probably move on to the afterlife, whether he wanted to or not. The impression that I got from him is that he doesn't want to move on, and I don't think it would be right for us to make him.
Oh, no. I just thought it would be fun if we could take him with us.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I could try to look into some techniques to bring him along temporarily if he wanted that sort of thing. After all, I have developed a method that allows me to leave my lair for short periods of time, although it does take quite a lot of energy to do so.
All right. Well, if we have about 3.5 days, I guess we start digging. I don't think we're going to nowhere without Baby Boy, and I don't suppose we have anywhere else to be at the moment.
Yeah.
I would like to see what Tesseract was doing in there.
You essentially just head back into the cave. Do you have any plan other than literally just like getting pickaxes and shovels and trying to start digging?
I have
might
shovels.
need to look at my spell prep tomorrow. What is what's like the time of day?
Time of day, it's getting kind of late. It's probably pushing 11:30, almost midnight.
Okay, yeah, so maybe sleep and then try to prep some spells for this tomorrow if I have any. I don't even know if I do.
Sounds like a plan. We'll probably wrap up here soon, but there is one last thing that does happen. I need another perception check from Jane.
From me?
From Jane.
Little old me? Hell yeah.
As you guys are kind of settling in and making camp up here, Jane, you sense another big pulse of chronomantic power, like some chronomantic event happened within the cave. And as you recognize it, you feel your pocket watch react as if it has been exposed to chronomantic magic, like it could try to interfere with it or manipulate it somehow. You also notice that your other pocket watch reacts the same way. Both of the pocket watches respond. Your real one and the one that was given to you by Kaz.
Interesting. Can I, since I'm I don't know, a little bit more ready for it now, can I try to identify the effect as it's happening?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check.
So bad. Let me see if I have any more reroll options left.
Okay.
I think I might have one.
Do you want one of my... Oh, I guess I can't help you. I'll give you a hero point if I could.
It's all good. I think that I have one more thing I can do to reroll. I just gotta look through my 8 fucking bazillion feats. Where is my... There it is. Pew. Wait, that's not even a reroll. That's just a
Just a +2 status bonus to it.
+2. I thought I had one more thing to let me reroll. Maybe not. I feel like I had one more. Nope, I'm crazy. I don't think that I do. I think I was thinking of Overclock, which is not a reroll. It's just a...
Okay.
I assume since this is a reactionary thing, I can't use a Diviner's Sight on it.
True, correct.
Okay, cool. I think that's all I got. I will go ahead and do the Overclock to add a +2 to that.
For sure.
And I think I'll also, activate the Pocket Watch for a +1 item bonus, too, and just see how it responds also.
Got it. Go ahead and give me a d6 for that.
In case it matters, I'll use the one that Kaz gave me.
You're using the one that Kaz gave you?
Sure. Let's see what it does.
Delightful.
This is the first time I've seen it like react to something.
Amazing. Reading.
So it gets me to a 20 at least.
Gets you to a 20 on a... Oh, this this is so appropriate. On a 1, as you activate the additional pocket watch for the first time, it does add the bonus to it. It does bump this up to a 20. On a 20, the only thing that you can say with any certainty is this feels similar to the big machines in the Secret Tesseract laboratory, the energy signature that they were giving off. That's really all that you can narrow down even on a 20, is it feels like it's Tesseract technology related.
Okay.
When you activate this pocket watch, the inner face of it, the inside of the front face, flips open. That face kind of falls out, the face that the message had been etched into. And you see that behind that message, there is another message that is etched. This time in... Oh, well, it is still in Illith. As soon as you lock eyes with that message, the hidden message on the inside of the face of the pocket watch given to you by Kaz, a twisted, pale version of yourself just manifests in front of you. It just seems to appear as if it appeared in a jump cut right in front of you. Bears these sharp, monstrous teeth towards you and lashes out towards you. There are 5 of you, or I guess there's 4 of you currently, and just one of it. It is lethal, it's hostile. We immediately jump into a little combat, but you can put this thing down quickly unless there's something else you would like to do with it.
Boy. What a terrific question.
You could try restraining it.
I was going to say, in the past, we were able to get a little bit of a connection to the Switch one. I think that I am going to, first thing, gut instinct, it shows up, panic response, try to stasis it, and see if I can get, a couple rounds to think about what to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Twisted. Oop, didn't PWL, -7. So 21, still a regular success. Stunned 1 as time thickens around.
Alright, cool. Failing that, I think her instinct is to try to, restrain this thing as opposed to kill it. She'll, start, I don't know if anyone else is in here, but she'll start yelling for everyone to help, essentially, and see if we can restrain it.
Yeah, there's 4 of you. This thing is under-leveled. You're able to subdue it unless things go terribly wrong. I don't believe it has any reason or incentive to be self-destructive here. We don't need to play this out as a combat. It's a bit of a pain, but eventually you guys are all able to essentially wear this thing down enough that you're able to tie it up and neutralize it without killing it or destroying it.
When Baby Boy gets back, he might be able to do something about this.
Right. When we encountered the Switch version, we were able to connect at least some echo of Switch, some little bit of her memory. Maybe we can get to the bottom of where this came from. Yeah, I think for the moment, just keep it secured.
Yeah,
I guess I don't know. Can I just
the brig? The brig.
Oh, we do have a brig. Can I just briefly? I don't know if this is Insight or Arcana, or I remember it being. It's been so long. I remember it being kind of exceptional that the Switch clone was able to communicate with us, and we had to keep it separate from the other ones and all kinds of stuff. Can I get just a vibe if this particular one seems like it is able to be communicated with in the way that Switch one was?
Sure. Give me an occultism check as you kind of like study this thing once you have it under control.
Hell yeah.
The impression that you get is that this thing is newly manifested. Its existence is closely tied to the use of that pocket watch, and it doesn't seem to be intelligent. Which is weird because it certainly throughout the course of this fight uses magic, it uses spells, it uses a lot of chronomancy. But it doesn't seem to be capable of communication even if you try telepathy or illith. It seems to be kind of just base instinct aggressive.
Okay, that makes sense. She studies it for a little while, I assume everyone's around, and she eventually says, we can keep it here to see if maybe Baby Boy can connect to something that I can't, but it's not the clones, the echoes of Switch that we saw were based on a lifetime of her being Switch and her experience in that machine. I don't think that this has my memories. I think it only began existing the moment I used this watch or pocket watch. I don't think it. I don't know. It's hard to tell, I guess.
That sounds like a guess. You don't know for a fact that you have your memories.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not particularly interested in keeping this thing around while we sleep.
Yeah, it is, for the record, making horrible shrieking noises the entire time. It does not stop.
The good news is I know how to make one now if we want to do a more controlled experiment at some point. But just activating this stuff.
Idea.
I'm inclined to agree. I'm kind of just agreeing with Tex here that maybe we don't need to keep this thing alive and, I'll trust up for 4 days just so Baby Boy can take a look at it. I don't think there's any information to be found from this thing. I guess I will try just out of kind of curiosity. I don't think this is going to do much, but I'm going to cast a mind probe on it and see if I can, get into its thoughts.
Certainly.
Drive myself even more insane.
It does succeed. And on it succeeding, you can tell that even probing the surface certainly was going to start to trigger checks for you as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I think even trying to dig into this thing's mind is a minefield. I don't have the word minefield. A dangerous proposition, so...
You probably do, actually. We're 1800s, they have minds.
Oh yeah, they got minds. Cool. Unless anyone's opposed. I think Jane, reaches for her pistol.
Save your ammo.
Yeah,
Fetch doesn't say anything, but it is leaving.
Yeah, that's understandable. A little dramatic.
Yeah.
Tex is able to quickly finish the job that you guys had already started, eviscerate this thing, and it begins to just kind of crumple. And finally, the night goes quiet again. As it is destroyed, Jane, I need another d6. It goes very, very quiet for a while. So quiet that it kind of catches you off guard when you hear that pocket watch finally start ticking again.
Interesting. How long has it been that it stopped ticking?
It seems like it wasn't ticking the entire time that this thing was active, and only kicked back on a little while after it was destroyed.
Interesting. Well, the lesson that I've learned here is don't touch that watch.
For what it's worth, the faceplate kind of fell off on the ground somewhere. I don't know if you want to go collect it or if you...
Oh yeah, there was a message. Yes, I do want to read that message. Or wait, remind me. Flipping the stopwatch on seems to be what spawned this thing. The first time you said it, I thought me starting to read that message is what spawned this thing.
So using the watch caused the plate to pop off and caused this thing to spawn. It all kind of happened at the same time as you reacted and pushed the watch down. As you used
okay,
it.
but it was It was not the like act of me trying to read this note that spawned this thing.
That's correct. Yeah.
Seemingly.
Right.
Okay. Cool. Then I will go ahead and read that note.
Perfect.
Sorry, I misunderstood that narration.
Yeah. As a reminder, on the panel that has already been read to you by Kaz that popped off, it read, "If anyone finds this, I suspect it will be you, Vatses. I wonder if our circumstances are different, if you ever found peace, if we're better friends. I bring an olive branch of your favorite sort, information. The nature of this predicament means I must be vague, but the Lady of Flowers is quite simple. You sank her ship and stole her merchandise. She will not be happy until she's provided recompense. If this message is useful, I ask that you take this watch, throw it away, and make sure she never sees it. Unless all is lost, in which case she may enjoy the message within." The message within, written in Illith, reads, "My kingdom is barren, but somewhere, some win, I hope my ship is safe, and another king is happy. As my flesh twists and my world goes gray, I've found some small manner of peace, but also a lingering, gnawing curiosity. A fancy that brings an equal measure of comfort in the mundanity and sadness at the profound ignorance, that the king in another kingdom may never even know how lucky she is to have what she has. 2761, fuck Tannen."
How dare Alt Jane be so fucking cool? 2761, she says quietly to herself, reading it. And I think she just clips that faceplate back closed for the time being.
You want to know where I went?
Not really.
86?
Unlucky number.
I don't even know what, so like on an 86, you kind of just reappear at ground level in a comfortable spot on the grass nearby, about 15 feet from where you touched the star.
Can I spend an hour just like that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I assume that your plan here is to just do this until you get something very good or very bad. So give me a big string of D100s and we'll see which one comes up first.
This is such a terrible idea. Ooh, I see a 1 in there.
There's also a 90, but the 1 is...
Yeah, the one's what's really
I had
jumping
90
out at
first.
me.
And 90 is going to be really good, and I would stop after I found something really good. I'd be like, you guys.
You just got an 86 and kept going. The 86 put you at a comfortable grassy spot not too far from where you touched it. The 90... Boy. The 90 puts you comfortably in the bed inside of this ship, tucked under the covers. Would fetch stop there.
Maybe if I'm feeling a little EP. No, give me the 1. I rolled the 1. I deserve the 1.
Okay, amazing. You keep going, and eventually you land the 1. And you guys watch as Fetch disappears. And you don't see where he went. Do you guys have telepathy up still?
We still have ours. Yeah, we still have telepathic bond at least.
Fetch, you find yourself somewhere very tight, very cold, wet stone, pitch black, and you can barely move. You feel
Oh boy.
you feel rock in all directions.
Oh boy. There must be. There's air I can breathe.
That's good. Did we learn anything, or just,
Yes, Sketch. We learned by failing.
okay?
Ignorance is looking at a problem and saying no one knows how to solve this. So why bother trying? That's what ignorance is.
No. If you want to stop being called an ignorant idiot, then stop doing things like this.
We
Tex, if your goal is to make me hate you, mission accomplished. You can stop now.
we arrived at this cave 113 minutes ago, and Fetch is stuck in a wall.
I'll get out. I can breathe. That means there's a hole. I'll turn into a lizard and like flap around my little Kermit feet.
Amazing. We will go ahead and wrap up here. It's 12:08. We'll figure out. Yeah, what you got?
This is just so. This whole time that we've been doing the rituals and everything, Mayor has been working on cataloging that mirror.
Yes.
So he's probably had plenty of time to do a pretty good. We don't have to do anything about it now, but like, just for maybe for next time, he'll probably have a lot of information.
Got
Look through, and he'll keep doing that. He still has his hands and stuff for that.
Amazing. I've made a note. He will have so much time to study that catalog over the next 2.5 days. Perfect. Then that is where we'll wrap up. We'll figure out what happens to Fetch next time.
See you in 3 weeks.
Bye.
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 I like how we still have like so many weeks to go before we're the same timeline as the other group.
Possibly. I need to. So, we'll probably work this out meta between sessions. I imagine we might try to regroup before starting on any new missions. I imagine we'll probably, because they're almost done with their dungeon. You guys are effectively at the end of your arc and deciding what to do next, whether it's continuing to pursue this or something else. So probably.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dried under the sun. Our children is fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. They stopped every ocean till they ate up our shores. Eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men